Well, good evening, everybody. How are you? Happy Sunday. I hope that you're doing well. We are going to be practicing some Air and Halo mining tonight. There's a little bit of a new video that I seen put out by Red Monster. And of course, Red Monster does such an excellent job with those videos. And I thought that we would kind of take and try and utilize what they say in that video for scanning. Pyro, good evening. How are you, sir? Nice to see you. And so without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started here. So yeah, we're going to go to the Air and Halo, and there's a new scanning meta. Good evening, Drac. How are you, sir? And so we are going to go mess around with this new scanning kind of meta that was suggested by Red Monster Gaming. Excellent video there by Red Monster, and one I'm excited to kind of go give a try. So of course we know that the things have been kind of more or less, I wouldn't say 100% fixed, but are way better on Lyria since when 3.17 first went live. And now, with this potential having a little bit easier time finding rocks in the Air and Halo, it's definitely something I want to kind of practice and take a look at. So I have the VK00 on board, and I am going to double check. Oops, I'm glad I did. Just kind of doing a pre-flight here, making sure that I have a couple of brands and an FLTRXL on board. That's kind of, that's the guy I like to go with. Jazzy Cat, good evening, Jazzy. How are you? Nice to see you. And so, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to pull Prospector 2, and we are going to run out and mess around at the Air and Halo. So I'm really excited about this. Like I said, this is kind of a scanning mechanic I haven't tried yet, but apparently there's kind of a combination of using the mining laser and and scan mechanics and scan angle to try and, it'll actually tell you what's in the cluster at a distance. So, Doe, how are you, Doe? Nice to see you this evening. Excellent timing. We're just getting started here. So, we got a couple of things that we're trying to do tonight. We're going to go over to the Air and Halo, and we are going to monkey around there with some scanning mechanics. Let me just double check I got a helmet. I do. And then we are going to... also kind of as a sidebar, hoping to grab a few subs tonight. Maybe we can make 1,000 subs tonight. We'll never know. Drac says, hey, free fly worked even on my wimpy system, but I didn't know how to get from the lobby to a ship, so didn't get the chance to blow myself up. Yeah, it can be a little bit of, depending on where did you start, Drac. I mean, depending on where you started, you do have to usually take a tram. And kind of, and take the tram over to where the ASOP terminals are, and those are usually, of course, at the starport. So, little bit of learning curve there to kind of work your way over to where the ships are available. You have to kind of call them from a terminal. So, yeah, it's just one of those things for sure. So, all right, well, let's go ahead and just double check that everything's looking groovy before we take off. Yep, we'll do this thing here. And we are going to head toward, I'm going to head towards HURL5. We're going to drop out at 7.7. And one of the things about this particular scanning, a little bit of scanning thing for the Air and Halo is it's actually a little better if you have, it's not the thickest part of the Air and Halo. So, that suits us just fine. We very rarely wind up in it. Oh, New Babbage. Okay, Drac, no problem. Yeah, New Babbage actually, is one of those ones where you do have to take, you have to ride over to the starport, and then of course go, from the starport you have to, go to the ASOP terminals and then go up from there. And so yeah, you have to hit F4. If you hit F4, you can kind of get an external view of yourself a little bit and hit it again. So yeah, you'll definitely want to make sure that you have a helmet on, and at least an undersuit. And you should start with a helmet and an undersuit for sure. So it's always interesting to start out for sure. And that tram ride can, that can be a kind of a grumpy tram ride for sure. So yeah, we're gonna come over this way and we're gonna drop out around 7.7. I think it is. I can't remember if it's 8.7 or 7.7. Yeah, I forget. well, we'll drop out at 7.7 and see where we're at. And as long as we're just caught the tail end of the halo, that will be just fine. So I'm really, like I said, I'm really excited to try this tonight. It's, you know, like from what I could tell, it looks like, you know, you can actually use the like scanning angle and the mining laser to get a sense of what's in the clusters at that distance. So that's going to be interesting to see. We're just going to play it by ear and see how it goes for sure. I am kind of excited about it, and you know, hopefully we can kind of, you know, get our feet with it and share. So we're going to drop out a 7.7 here. We might have, I can't remember if it's, yeah, this is going to be perfect right here. This is exactly what we're looking for. So the first thing we're going to do is definitely set our, you know, go back and set our route to ArcL1. We're going to pivot around. And we are going to do kind of a 180 scan. And we're going to start kind of messing around with the scanning mechanics. So definitely don't need the quantum drive. Doe says, I'm interested in your stealth experiments. Spectre Quantum is faster than the VK. I don't know that it's faster than the VK. The VK00 I think is technically the fastest drive. But the Spectre Quantum, you know, it may have some elements like the spooling may be faster. I don't know though. The VK spools in 1.75, and I think it is technically the fastest though. But you know, I could have been looking at, you know, I know I just looked at a chart just yesterday, and you know, sometimes that stuff gets a little dated or whatever. So you know, but still, the stealth drive is an interesting drive for sure. And it's supposed to have a very low signature. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into scan mode, right? We're going to do actually a 180 scan. Hold on. Just want to make sure we're changing our scan angle here, and we don't seem to be. Oh, I know why. Yep. This is, yep. We just want to go. So we're going to do kind of we're going to scan again here, just because I'm just kind of learning this, right? So you want to have the mining laser out, and then you can scan again. And it's supposed to kind of tell you what's in the, but you have to have the scan angle just right. So hold on, let me 45 it. I think that one's actually going to be out to the, I'm going to 22 it. That one might be out to the 2-degree range right there. So, yeah, I'm just letting you... Samuel, welcome to the channel, Samuel. My mole hasn't been storing minerals today. Samuel, that's a known issue for the issue council. And so, yep, you're definitely going to want to... you know... not really use the mole right now. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's a known issue with the mole. It is not extracting. They definitely know about it. Yeah, look at that. See how it says the P-type? This is what I was talking about, you guys. This is kind of, you know, with the mining laser out at a distance, and if you ping, and you have your angle right, notice how it told me that's a P-type. And we know that it's a Q-types that we're looking for. So there's another P-type. And see how this is kind of, you know, this is actually a little bit different, right? How it's showing us there's another P-type. This is going to be out there too far, potentially. I want to make sure that it's, you know, it's kind of you know, not just showing us the same one again. Yeah, the mole is temporarily messed up right now, for sure, you guys. It's not going to be something that you're going to want to use at all. It's unfortunate, but it is a known issue with it, for sure. Yeah, that's definitely a P-type there. So, yeah, as you can see here, like... so a lot of this it has to do with scan angle. So we're going to start, you know, what we're going to start by doing is kind of just keeping lined up on our, you know, keeping lined up on our, on ArcL1. And I'm just kind of getting used to this myself. So we're going to move in this direction. We're going to do a 180 ping scan. You know, I know that we've already checked that one. Here's a 12.1 out here. And then we're gonna with the mining laser out, we're gonna go ahead and ping, and look at that, that's an M type. See, so this is actually really good. This is not something that was known that you could actually do. So shout out to Red, you know, shout out to Red Monster Gaming for the video that kind of showed this for sure. this is actually going to change the way things work out here. You know, in a good way. So this one here is at 11.5. I'm going to reduce the scan angle. I'll put it in all the way. Yep, there's a P-type. Okay, so that's kind of cool. So yeah, that's kind of what we're going to be up to, right? We're going to be kind of abusing that part of it. We're going to be using the scan angle. We're going to be doing like a 180 scan. And then when we see stuff down here, we're just going to kind of close in on it. With the mining laser out, we should be able to get a ping at some point about what's in it. That's an E-type, so we'll back out again. Here's at 11. Back in again. There's a P-type. Here's one at, you know, 13, you know, 12.7, 12.8. So, you know, you want to put your angle in as tight as you can. And so it's going to tell us what they are, which is very interesting. You know, and we'll just kind of keep pinging them. Now you do have, of course, your classic unscannable rocks. That still happens, right? I mean, it's just, it is what it is. So those ended up being E-types. Okay, that's good. And this is kind of a cluster out here. You can see, like, that's the first time I've ever noticed that. And these are P-types. So yeah, I mean, this is actually going to be very helpful. So this is a cool like meta to understand. I'm actually starting to see diamond icons out here as well, and I don't recall seeing the diamond icons were definitely something I wasn't seeing before. So that seems like that's in a lot better place than it was for sure. So all right, once again, we're just going to kind of keep moving here. We're going to do a 180 scan. Of course, we do have those ones that are kind of pretty close to us, and we know that those are not, you know, those particular ones are, you know, what they are. You know, we know. So we're going to keep moving. Larger fonts, though, yeah, that's a very good point. You know, that's a really good point, Doe, for sure. Now, I'm assuming that this is going to end up being like a rock that won't scan or something here. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm just still trying to kind of learn this new mechanic, right? But it is working good. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not terrible. I didn't mean to do that. Let's put the mining laser. You gotta have the mining laser out for it.
Mining mode off. Mining mode on.
I have a feeling this is going to be an unscannable rock. So I just want to, let's just check that out. We'll kind of fly up on this guy and see if it is an unscannable. Drax says, if you didn't get unscannables, you would think you're in the wrong place. Yeah, well, definitely. Now, it doesn't look like it actually, I think it's not going to be an unscannable, actually. So for whatever reason, this one wasn't playing nice. I think, anyways, we'll see. It is. It's unscannable for sure. So it's just one of those things. So no big deal. Let's go ahead and crank it back up again here. Yep. E-type. So I should have known right away. And I'm just learning this myself, you guys. So I should have known right away when that one wouldn't scan. It was definitely acting strange like that. So then, you know, let's go back to your 180 scan and just kind of keep moving forward. So we know this one out right in front of us is not a good one. So, you know, we already did look at that one. This 10.3 is over here. We can probably focus down on that one and give her a try. Ended up being a P-type there. What about this guy here? An E-type there. All right. So, yeah, we're starting to get the hang of this now a little bit. Kind of. One thing I will do here is I do want to turn up my speed just a touch now. Now that I'm starting to kind of get the hang of this. And so, yeah, this is actually kind of a game changer. You know, I really do think that this is an important kind of thing to learn when you're in the Iron Halo. So doing your 180 scan, of course, then kind of cranking down to different ranges. That is an M type there. So yeah, and that actually ended up being a cluster. You can see a whole bunch of the icons over there, which is great. Back out to the 180 scan for sure. We're gonna keep on moving. All right, so there's one at 10.8. We're gonna roll forward with our scan angle, and there's a Q type. So now we know up here this is a Quantanium. Now there's just a single rock, but it is a Q type, and that's what we're looking for right there. Right, is that Q type. So that is kind of an important thing to understand. So we're gonna keep moving towards this rock. It is our first Q type of the night, and yeah, I mean this is a very good thing to learn. And like I said, shout out to Red Monster. I mean, this is a cool thing that he put out, and now this isn't going to be a great rock, no question about it. I mean, you can see I'm not flying kind of right towards it, but it only ended up being a 2%er, and that's just fine. But it was cool is you could see it at a huge distance that it was a Q type. Drac says, yeah, I feel like I'm blind in one eye. I can't see out the other most days. Sorry to hear that, Drac. And then found a 45% yesterday that was very grumpy, kept losing sync. Got it into pieces 100%, then split it, hit a surge instead of a brand and blew myself up. I know how that goes for sure. That happens for sure. It's one of those things. I totally get it. That's an M type there. That happens to the best of us for sure. So, all right. So here's one out at 13. We're gonna start moving towards that guy. We'll crank right back down here. That ends up being a Q type out this way as well. So we know we're headed towards a Q type. That's awesome. We're just gonna kind of keep heading in that general direction. I'll probably roll it back to 90 or so. And we'll just keep moving on those ones. I mean, we're closing on them already, so that's good. And so, yeah, we've definitely already been able to kind of learn this kind of new meta, and that's a good thing. Now, I don't know if this is a single rock up here. I think it is. I can see it there. Yep, just this looks like just a single. I'm definitely not flying right at it, but you can see it's not, once again, it's not going to be a great percentage. You have to still get in pretty tight to get exactly what's in it. Just another 2%er. So no big deal. We'll kind of keep flying past that guy. But yeah, this is kind of where we're at now, right? So there's you get these opportunity markers up here. You kind of focus your angle down, and you just kind of look at what's in there. E-type there. This is probably an unscannable because it's definitely not scanning. And we'll keep on moving. So, cool. There's an E-type there. So, yeah, so this is kind of us. This is kind of a newish kind of way to do this, and an improved way to do it, really, if you think about it. I mean, much better to be able to, at least at a distance, you can actually see what type of cluster it is. So, interesting kind of meta for sure. I want to be maybe at about 45 on this one. Yeah, see, there's an E-type. And then out on this one, about 45. Look, there's a Q-type right there, so we're going to move towards that Q-type. And so that... Hey, Driz, how you doing? Well, yeah, Driz, we're practicing. There's a kind of an interesting kind of combination of having the mining laser out. And then you can actually see what type it is from a great distance, actually. And so definitely practicing this new kind of thing that, kind of this that we kind of, this new scanning mechanic thing that we kind of came across. Now this isn't going to be a great percentage rock, right? That's a blue cap, right? No big deal. We're going to keep moving forward. So yeah, we're just learning this, and we're practicing on getting the muscle memories just where we want them. So we've got a 180 scan right out there. You've got here some opportunity markers. Then you're going to angle in your scan fairly significantly. Notice that's a P-type. I could tell that was a P-type at that distance. So what is this one here? That is another P-type. And what is this one here? Well, we're going to have to probably scan it back a touch. That actually ended up being an E-type. So yeah, this is cool. I mean, we can definitely, you know, obviously we know we're looking for Q-types. So we're going to start out always with a 180 scan. That's going to be our kind of our best bet to kind of get stuff kind of in a cone out in front of us. So you start out with the 180 scan, and when you get scans out there 12 that you haven't seen yet before, you can just kind of focus the laser in, boom, and that tells me that's a P-type. So, you know, we keep moving, right? That's what you do. Now, the cool thing is you know, you don't have to be in the thickest part of the halo for this situation, for sure. You know, so all right, there's another kind of opportunity marker there, a couple of them. So we'll focus in on them pretty tight. That ends up being an M-type over that way. This could be some noise out here. M-type, and then I don't know, you know, I don't know if they're kind of lined up with each other there, so that one's a little tough to tell. Roll back out to, you know, to 180 and keep on moving. So yeah, this is kind of cool. I mean, it's a little bit different. Lots of opportunity markers out here now, for sure. We'll kind of crank this guy down. M-type. Click the wrong button there. M-type. P-type. E-type. So yeah, we're moving along just fine. Yeah, and that's, yeah, cool. Well, I'm kind of liking this, so we'll kind of keep moving forward. And I'm not going incredibly fast right now. You know, I'm really trying to just kind of get the scanning mechanic down and see how it goes. E-type. There's a P-type. There's an E-type. There's an M-type. And as you can see, like, we're 12 away from this thing, you know. I mean, it's, you know, we're not right on top of these things. I mean, we're out there a ways. This is probably going to be an unscannable because it's not scanning. And you do get those out here, for sure. Some more opportunities out this way, maybe. There's a Q-type right there. So, Drax, there seems to be an awful lot of nothing but P out there. Do P-type rocks have anything? Well, they do. I mean, you know, it's just I'm looking for Quantanium specifically, myself, Drax. I mean, they're going to contain, you know, Baxilite, Laranite, Taranite, Boraze, all sorts of stuff, you know, but, you know, it's not worth nearly as much as Quantanium. So, just kind of the cards were dealt in that. And this is probably going to be a nice rock out here, you guys. This actually, hold on. I mean, we're going to look at this one. Looks like there's a couple of them here. Yeah. Hey, Quadsar, how you doing this evening? Yeah, the different types of rocks just have different stuff in them. You know what I mean? So, yeah, this is actually it's really cool that this is now showing you what type it is. You can see what type of rock it is at a very, very big distance away. And this is a change. This was not like this before. You know what I mean? Like, it's working better now in the Iron Halo, and it's something that people definitely should be aware of. And, you know, I mean, we're going to do our best. Now, this is actually, both these rocks are really nice. You know, this could end up being a 40-40 itself. Oh, just a 15%er there, but this is a really nice rock. This is a 51, 22, 37%. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to kind of QuantCalc this one real quick, just because I'm curious. This is a 51, 22 mass. This is the biggest rock you're going to run into in space right now, for whatever reason. at 37.46. We're going to go ahead and add that rock. And that is going to be, just with that in there, give me just a sec. That rock is 38 SCU in it. So that, potentially if it breaks nice, that could be a unicorn. Critical Wave, welcome to the channel, Critical Wave. How do I change my asteroid label that I spot from white to yellow, just like you did? Now, are you saying like the pip, like the icon, like for instance how that's yellow there for my quantum beacon, Critical Wave? If that's what you're saying, then how those change is it's the Aerial Gray Cat, specifically the helmet. It's a Aerial Gray Cat armor piece, and it's mining armor. It's by Gray Cat. And when I have a video, it's called Yellow Icons, and explains kind of where you buy that stuff at, so you could watch the video. But yeah, it's just an Aerial Gray Cat set. Now, any other Aerial Gray Cat sets, I think, have the yellow icons. It doesn't matter what color it is. But yeah, that's where you're gonna get it. That's so I hope that helps, Critical, for sure. And yeah, if you check out my video called Yellow Icons, it tells you exactly how you get them and how all that works. So this is a great rock, right? If this one breaks nicely, I mean, either way, we should be looking at a high 30, high 20s. But if this thing breaks nicely, we definitely could have a unicorn out of this rock. So, and as you can see, we actually hey, no problem, Critical, no problem. And if you like the mining content, do like and sub. I'm getting on to close to 1,000 subs, so I am asking people today a little more frequently than I normally do. Yeah, I could definitely use it. So, I'm glad it was helpful for you. And we love answering questions here on the channel for sure. So, happy to always do that for you. And so, yeah, we could see that this was a Q-type rock quite a long ways away before we approached it. And it actually ended up being a set of doublers that were Q-types. So that's a change, you guys. Oh, thank you, Critical. I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate that truly. And I'm happy that you came and talked for sure. That is awesome. So, I'm glad. Always, if you have questions about anything I can help with, please come and ask. I'm always happy to help. So sure. So yeah, I mean, obviously, if this thing breaks clean, we're gonna do really well. Chris, how are you this evening, Chris? Happy Sunday to you. How have you been, sir? Nice to see you. Chris says, "Hey, my peeps." It's really nice to see you, Chris. Alrighty, we're definitely doing we're exclusively mining in the Aaron Halo tonight. There's a change to the way the scanning works, and we're demonstrating it kind of all night. And also, I wanted to get myself kind of familiar with the muscle memory, kind of, so I can get really kind of quick at it. You know what I mean? So, RH Wells got my new PC up and running. I hit on Star Citizen, ripped the front port gun off my Cutlass Black. Died once. Oh my stars, RH. Well, you know what? You wouldn't be the first guy who's kind of new to Star Citizen who's crashed once or twice. And, that's it happens for sure. And, dying's okay, The most important thing is brush it off and come on back and learn, Eduardo, hey, hello, first play on free week. Eduardo, awesome. That is fantastic. Good for you. I'm glad to hear that the free fly, you're taking advantage of it. It's a very smart thing to do. So that's a 33%er right there. We're looking for ones that are, this is going to have nothing in it, right? So this is going to be a nothing guy. Over here is going to be a 100%er. That's actually almost 19 SCU at 100% right there. So that's a good thing. What about this guy down here? This looks like it's also going to be a pretty good rock. Another 100%er. So I'm assuming this is going to be nothing. This is going to be nothing. So I have 3 rocks to break here. 200%ers and a 30, right? So that's a very good thing. So we're going to break down this 30 first. Yeah, I'm so happy for you, Eduardo. And RH, I'll tell you a funny story. I got a Cutlass Black, and I could not figure out for the life of me how to get that thing off the planet surface. I didn't understand you had to hit K for your VTOL engines. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Like, if you hit K, it changes your VTOLs. Oh, my stars in heaven. I could not, for like the first 2 hours, I was too embarrassed to ask. When I first started playing Star Citizen, I could not get off Area 18 because I did not know to hit K and rotate my engine. So I know what you mean, RH, for sure. You know, it happens. That's just, it's everything's kind of a learning experience when it comes to Star Citizen. For sure. Alright, so we're definitely going to kind of cook this thing with the brand. And then we're going to try and do what we normally do, which is scooch over and break the second rock with the brand as well. So the goal is to try and get this rock broke down and then get the second rock cooking into the green with 30 seconds or so left. So that's what we're up to here. Now we're going to understand that this top rock is definitely just kind of roll it back and control it a little bit. We're definitely going to understand this top rock is the one that's got the lowest percentage in it. You know, so we're going to have to be very discerning with the laser up this way. Beautiful. And then we're going to have to push, push, push to get this guy. We're at 39 right now, so 37, 36, 35. I'm trying to push it up there really quickly. 32, 31, 30, 29. We almost did it. I mean, we're going to have the tail end of it for sure. We're going to have to hang on to it a little bit in order to get this one brand, one break. But we also could just fire a second brand because we're going to need that anyway. So, Toe Cutter, welcome to the channel, Toe. Nice to see you. Yeah, you can press F4 and then you can hold down Z and it will give you kind of free look so you're not moving your ship around. The key is no radical first movements, right? That's just kind of when you're learning. Don't do anything crazy or do any, you know, make real radical movements. You know, keep your speed limiter kind of down as much as you can, and then, you know, that will help also a little bit. All of us, it took a little time to get used to the verse, you know, and get used to flying. None of us just picked it up and it was natural, you know. I mean, now, you know, obviously if you have some time on sticks, you know, that kind of stuff, it does help. It translates. There's some crossover, but, you know, I mean, it takes a while, RH. Don't even worry. Don't sweat it. I've crashed a bajillion times. Heck, I crashed the other day into the station flying in with Quantanium. It happens for sure. And yeah, and free look, holding down the Z and free looking is very helpful for sure. So we're going to break this rock here, and we're going to begin scooping. And we know that there's a good chance here that if we're discerning with the lasers, that we're going to start the day off with a uni. So that's what we're looking to do, right? We just want to start the day off with a unicorn. Then we're coming right back out to the halo. We're hitting the halo hard today for sure. You know, because this new scanning is going to be, is a kind of a game changer. And I want everybody who, you know, there's a lot of people who have been sad about the Iron Halo. And this is actually, you know, this is a good way to kind of start making hay in the Iron Halo for sure. So, making hay in the Halo. I didn't mean that, you guys. I wasn't trying to make a terrible pun there. It just kind of rolled off the tongue. Yeah. So, anyways, off we go, and we're doing good here. So we're off to an excellent start. We've got 14 SCU of Quantanium on board, and this last piece should be a hundo as well. Another 4 SCU there. We'll start scooping that. I'm going to get a sip of water. Drac says, can't blow myself up if I don't do anything crazy. That's true, Drac. If you don't, you know, it's more difficult to blow yourself up if you don't do something right. You got to be a little more methodical about it. Own it. Yeah, I definitely own it. I make lots of mistakes, that's for sure. You know, but you know, it's one of those things. I mean, it's how it goes. So there's a 99%er and a big one. Almost 6 SCU in that big boy right there. Love that. So, alright, so what do we got here? Got some more purple stuff. let's just go ahead and see if this guy was a hundo or not. It is. That's awesome. This might top us out here. It might not. Full 32 SCU. That is a unicorn right off the bat. So that's what you got to do. You know, you just got to love that when you get a unicorn first rock. Let me get a little. Yeah, this is why. Look, I was about to kind of go. Look, if I'm sitting in the cockpit, right, you guys, you can see right there's my marker. I was about to just go up, but I thought, you know what, I better get myself a little bit of situational awareness, and right above me was that situation. So now I'm gonna back away. You can see I almost ran into it, but you know, kind of caught myself and made sure that I got myself a little bit of what we were looking for. Now we're gonna spool the quantum drive and off we go. And just a quick little look outside your ship it was just a second rock, but just a quick little look outside your ship right there. I could have easily, I almost did, twisted the stick, and just kind of went to, and I would have slammed into that guy. So, you know, always an excellent, you know, thing to do, especially if you've approached a couple of rocks, is to just give yourself an opportunity by going ahead and taking a look around. So, unicorn beginning, love it. And we're going to go right in. We're going to put this in the refiner, and we're going to come right back out to the Iron Halo, and we're going to continue, you know, mining in the Iron Halo, because I'm really excited about this new scanning meta. Being able to see what type of rock it is at 12 kilometers away, you know, just by using your scan angle and making sure that your mining laser's out, is a game changer in the Iron Halo. Especially from where we thought we first were when 317 just launched. So we know that the meta is really solid right now on Lyria. It's not the same. It's not a passive scan. It's more of an active scan, but you can still do really well out there. And you know, now we know that the Iron Halo is scanning a lot better. That is a whole different. It's a game changer, right? So that's why we want to keep spreading the word, you know, inviting, you know, trying to get as many people on the channel, because there was a lot of very grumpy people about Iron Halo mining. You know, a lot of them approached, and I actually didn't fly out and mess around with it too much, specifically because a lot of people were like, there's just tons of dead rocks and you can't hardly scan anything out there. But come to find out, if you have that mining laser out and you use the angle, you know, 12 kilometers away, you can see it's a P-type or an E-type or an M-type or a Q-type, and you're looking for Q-types out there, that's for sure. So, yeah, excellent. So, I am going to also focus on, and I'm going to say this now, but I'm going to try and focus on being real professional about bringing the things in. You know, I don't want to crash into, you know, I always kind of pride myself at trying to at least fly clean, you know, land safely and that type of thing. So, you know, gonna take my foot off the gas a little bit and just try and bring these things in. Now I say that, and I should probably find a giant piece of wood to knock on, because you know, I get looking at the chat and who knows what happens. But yeah, I definitely want to just kind of keep, you know, we don't want to waste our time, right? That's the most important thing. I don't want to waste yours, and you know, I mean, obviously it's a lot of fun when you get kind of fairly efficient at this. So, in we go. We are going to come in at a fairly reasonable clip, and try and put the skids down on the pad and keep it safe. So, Doe says, Halo looking better. If it's dead, just move on. That helps. Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Doe. I could tell if I wasn't getting a ping back, if I had the angle at the right amount. You know, if it's out there at 12, you angle down to 2. If it's somewhere around 10, you angle it back to 11, or you know, or the next. You know, if it's somewhere around 8,000, you can beat at 22. You know, you that scan angle, but then if you have that mining laser out, it tells you what type it is, and if it's a Q type, it's Quantanium, and you just. So now you don't have to fly up, and you know it's Quantanium at a distance, and that is, you know, that's a huge game changer. Call ahead so they can close the blast doors. Yeah, exactly. Whenever I fly near the stations, you definitely want to call ahead so they can actually seal the thing. So, you know, put the bars over the glass just in case I drive the prospector right in there. You know what I mean? So.
Hello, and thank you for contacting EDL.
And in we go. with our first unicorn, 32 SCU. Very proud of that run. And, you know, hopefully we can get out there and get another uni or two. I'm going to drop my gear, hit the VTOLs. I will kind of call for pad one more time.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Love it. Got a place to kind of put the skids down on, and we'll bring her in and try and get her in as clean as possible here.
That request has already been granted.
Fair enough. What? I want to make sure that they seem to have revoked my...
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
There it is again. Don't revoke my landing rights, guys. All right, we're bringing her in. We haven't even heard first alarm yet, so we're in really good shape. We're bringing her in nice and easy. You know, we definitely don't want to give Drac any extras today. Sorry, Drac. And yeah, in we go. So we're gonna do a post flight here. Beautiful.
Have a pleasant stay.
We'll kill our engines and out we go. So 32 SCU, and we're gonna go put this in refinery. We're headed right back out to the Air and Halo. I am gonna, really work on driving the scanning mechanic home in the Air and Halo. Like I said, I really want all of the mining people to know. Like now, there's a way for you to, between a ping and having the mining laser out, there's a way for you to know if it's a P type, if it's a Q type, if it's an M type, if it's an E type, 12 kilometers away in the Air and Halo. You know, that's a huge change, a really important change that people should be aware of. It makes the Air and Halo completely viable again. Murloc says, dude, and dispatch is like, why does he keep spamming the hail button? I'm going on lunch break. Yeah, that's yeah, I don't know what was going on there. And I definitely was. I was just like, hey, man. I hit it, and then I hit it again, and then, click, 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 let me in. You're right, Murloc. I wasn't being very patient. That's hilarious. Murloc, nice to see you, by the way. How are you? How have you been? And Toe Cutter, I don't know that I said hey to you. How are you? It's nice to see you. How have you been? All right, let's go ahead and
Welcome
do the right
to the
thing here
vehicle retrieval system.
and get this guy stored and run down and put this unicorn in the hopper. So yeah, one of the things I'm excited about for the channel is 1,000 subs. Like I said, it's kind of an interesting thing. I mean, I just started kind of streaming around the first of the year, and it just kind of very organically built its way up, and I'm kind of happy about that. It's kind of cool. Doe says it'd be weird if the game worked right. Yeah, you're right about that, Doe, for sure. So spent a nice day with my wife today. Had some fun with her, and now beautiful Sunday evening. Already kind of got dinner out of the way, and thought, you know what, what a wonderful night to just kind of go sneak out to the Air and Halo and do some mining. Murloc says, imagine if the game come out and you just didn't. Well, you wouldn't know what to do with all your extra time, Murloc, if you didn't have to. If you didn't have to deal with all the little bugaboos here and there, and that's no big deal, honestly. I think it's cool that right now, obviously, I think we do a lot of testing and that type of thing, and
hi, good to have you back.
Very fun for sure.
See anything?
And I'm going to begin this here, Prospector. And that was a uni for sure. All right, so we've got a Got quite a bit cooking here. 30, 54, 64, 74, 84, 94, 97. A little over 100 SEU cooking. Not too shabby. And of course, one of the things I always do recommend while we're in here is you always just want to, do yourself a favor and make sure you do top off your,
See anything you like?
get yourself a drink, get yourself, a candy bar. Just being a little touch. There we go. Drac says, I bet I could find a way to blow myself up. I bet you can, Drac. No question about it. Murloc says, is Refinery Shop where mods and gadgets are? Yes. But right now they are broken. Right now you can't use these things. Now, one thing you can do, though, is you can buy these things like this, right? There's a Rhyme, right? There's an FLTRXL. You can buy the FLTRX. You can use these floor models, right, as the ones to buy. It's not great, but you can do it if you need to. Here's an Impact one. Here are that's the Hofstad. There's a Klein. So not the best selection here, but it is something. So just as a heads up, you can use those. Driz says 986 subs. You're almost there. How long do you stream for? Well, Driz, I'm gonna stream for a while tonight. I mean, I didn't see the optimum there. It looks like it's down here. Let's see. There's but you can see it's actually referring to these ones up here. So, it's just one of those things. I don't think you can actually look at these ones at all. Down here, even though it does highlight it, it's actually the buys on this thing if you look. So, yep, I don't think that kind is actually there available. Doe says you need to get some more clickbait ideas from your son to hit that 1,000. I know, Doe. It's so funny. I think about that video a lot because, it clearly showed me that if I were to kind of go full clickbait, that it works. But, I don't, I honestly just kind of decided that I wasn't going to do that. I mean, it's just, I'll just kind of grind it out, But he was absolutely right. I mean, he was totally right. That if I did that, he said, Poppy, you just gotta make people think like they're missing something, or he kind of it's like you really got to make somebody feel like make them feel a certain way with the title. And that video did numbers like no other video I've ever done before. I mean, it did ridiculous numbers. For me, it was like 4,000 views in a couple of days. Ruminator, appreciate you explaining all of this stuff. I'm curious about mining. Most mining streamers assume you already know. No, Ruminator, every time I go out here Quantanium mining, I'm using it as kind of a session to teach people just like you, or just like anybody who would be interested in learning the basics of Quantanium mining with the Prospector, just because I think it's such a profitable thing to do, for sure. So yeah, I mean, if you have any questions, I want you to feel free to ask them. And I'm definitely never going to assume that because I'm learning from you guys as well, which is just kind of how I like to do things. But I will say that I understand what you're saying, Rumi, and we'll I'll continue to do my best to talk through it. So you can kind of learn from, and hopefully someday if you kind of know something that I don't know and you hear me doing it wrong, you can just contribute to the channel as well. I do think that's what I like about this community. There's a lot of just working together, give and take, and just kind of telling each other the best way to do things. So Drizna says, haha, stay true, my friend. No clickbait. You're a genuine guy. Seems like, thank you, Driz. I'm not going to clickbait my work. I'm just, I know that it works. And I am going to try and find things that work better than I don't like, nobody likes putting in some time on a video. I don't put in that much time on my videos. I mean, quite honestly, I bet you I need to spend some more time and get a little more attention to detail. That's just the facts. I need to learn Premiere a little better. I need to learn Premiere, actually. I've been using Wondershare, so I need to take some time and learn Premiere and learn Photoshop and do a better job, and then then it would be one of those things where, obviously as you increase in quality, people do recognize that. So it's always on me to be better at what I do in order to make the channel do better. I don't want to rely so much on just kind of eye candy titles, and I don't, anybody who does that, I respect the game. I mean, it is what it is. Some people just are like, hey, I'm just trying to generate the numbers. Hey, I get it. I mean, it generated numbers. Murloc said, I found that if you use the Helix 2 plus a Bormax and a Sabir on a rock and pop them Optima mod, make sure the green zone is bigger, it's ridiculous how it is cracking big rocks. Haven't found my limit yet. So a Helix 2, but are you talking, Murloc, on a mole you're using the Helix 2? Works best on mole, though, because you need the Lancet for 100% rocks. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, for sure. That's the cool thing about the mole, though, right? You can make one laser a big rock cracking laser. You can make one laser, a secondary break laser. And you can make one laser, a scooping laser. I mean, you can really, you can kind of do, you could tailor that mole, for sure. So Drax says, don't let him fool you. He uses teaching as an excuse for him to go mining. That's true. I would be doing this anyways, you guys. That's absolutely true. Duwu says, I'm back. Thanks for the tip the other night. You might not remember. Do I remember you? Welcome back to the channel. You tipped me on how to scan orders from far away. Just wanted to thank you for saving so much time. Duwu, I don't know if you have a little bit of time. We're headed back to the Aaron Halo right now because the Aaron Halo actually has got, a very good... kind of like quality of life change in the scanning. So I'm showing that off now. I just came back from picking up a unicorn with it, and we're gonna head out there again. So up we go. I'm gonna go ahead and pull the gear up, push the old sticks forward. I'm gonna begin spooling the quantum drive as I'm kind of wrapping around the station here. We're gonna go ahead and get ourselves on pip. And, my beagle's outside barking. Sorry about that, you guys. I'm sure you can hear that.
Thank you. Please continue.
Hold on for just a second, and I'll take care of that. Yeah, I think we got it there, no problem. So, yeah, anyways, we are... Hey, Sharp777, nice to see you, Sharp. So we're going to drop out in the Aaron Halo here at about 7.7 again. That seems to be about the right density for us that we're looking for. And I'm going to show you guys, again, kind of how this scanning works in the Aaron Halo. It's really cool. I think it actually is something that a lot, that not a lot of people know about. I'm not admitting that, I'm not saying I figured it out. I watched a Red Monster Gaming video where he showed this, and it's great, but I just want to make sure that I teach everybody because I think it's cool. And I'm just kind of learning it myself as we go too. But it's a way, up to 12 kilometers away, you can tell what is in, what's in an opportunity marker. So we're 9.6, 9.7. We're going to drop out at 7.7 here. Here we come. 7.9, 7.8, 7.7. Boom. Now, I may have gone a touch too far. No, I think we're fine. This is just fine. There's still rocks here. And here's what we're going to do. I am going to change this. I'm going to pull out the mining laser. I am going to set the scanning angle, and I'm going to just kind of click. And you can see, hold on, there's my first kind of there's some actual opportunities that I literally just kind of came out on, right? I dropped out of quantum right on quantum rocks at 400 meters. I mean, neither one of them are that nice, though. This is a 40, I'll go in and just to get the scan results on them. Just under, yep, that's a 6%er. Pretty nice thing to do, though, to fall out of quantum right on top of Quantanium. I mean, 4%er. So, once again, So I'm setting it to 180. You can see I have out at this distance. So now I'm going to move the angle forward to about 45. And if I click on it, and I might be getting a little bit of noise because I'm right, you know, right, those ones are right in front of me. Let's see if I can get this one to go. And it may be, you know, a couple of these are dead rocks. I mean, you can't necessarily get them. Alright, we're not having any luck on this one. We'll kind of keep moving in on it for a second. And here's the one out here at 9. We'll roll in on that one a little bit. 10. See how that's a P-type? See, it says it showed P-type, like with the mining laser out. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So once again, we're going to start out at we're going to start out at a 180, right? And then we're going to pop the ping, and we're going to, you know, there's this guy here is not going to do it for us. We'll just kind of move over by him. I think this is an unscannable rock, is what it is. That's why it's not. Oh. Kind of clicked out of the game for a second. Alright, so I do want to go just a touch faster than this. I'll turn that off. But yeah, we're going to go into the red a touch. I'll put the mining laser back out. And we're doing a 180 scan. We're going to start cruising along here. And I went into a pretty sparse part of the... You know, this is maybe a touch sparser. I'm just going to kind of pop this guy. And we're just going to go about 70,000 and drop back out. Pretty sparse pop part right there of the halo. I want a little more density there if I can. There we go. This is more the density we're looking for. Something like this. So 180 scan, you can see there's so there's lots of opportunities. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll in the scan here, and you can see here. Oh, hold on. Let me get this mining laser out. It just takes a little bit of time to kind of get used to this. So it's an 11. Let me kind of crank it down to 2. It was working really good when I was just out here. Yeah, there it is. See, that's a Q-type. Right there, it just did it, right? And not only is it a Q-type, I can see it's pinging more than one rock. See, that's the thing. That is out at a distance, right? Watch. If I come back out here and I go to I do a 360 scan, look where that ping is. It's 9,400 away. Now, if I bring this in tight and I do a scan, you can see it's a Q-type, and it's and so now I know that I definitely want to approach that. And this wasn't like this before, or it was, and nobody kind of understood it. But this is a very powerful change, right? If you can scan an opportunity marker at 9,000 away and see that it's Quantanium. And not only that, in this particular case, I think there's a couple of rocks. You know, it's not a bad thing at all.
Mining mode off.
Now, I don't know if these are going to be scanned. They look like they actually don't. Ah, they are. Perfect. That is awesome.
Mining mode on.
So this is not going to be a great rock. No question about it. That's a blue cap. What about this guy? This is going to be also a blue cap. So not great, you know. No big deal. We'll go ahead and align ourselves towards Arc L1 again. Yep, right over here. And we'll just kind of reset. And like I said, I'm still learning this kind of myself, right? So I'm not super efficient at it. So we're at a 180 scan. We want to go put these one rocks behind us. And so off we go. There's opportunity markers. Here's one out here at 12.3. All right, I'm gonna move my scan angle in. That's at 11,006, 11,100 away. Now I'm not getting. I'm definitely see it's a cluster of rocks. I'm not getting the exact types. So that leads me to believe that that's probably an unscannable cluster right there. Ah, Drac is asking what's a blue cap. Well, it's anything that's a 2%er, Drac. Around my house, if milk is a 2% milk at the store, it's got a blue cap on it. So I call them blue. I've been calling them blue caps for a while. It's kind of silly. So yeah, that's what a blue cap is. It's a 2% rock. That is an E-type. I don't know what this is a cluster over here, but I think these are gonna end up being. We'll see. These maybe end up being unscannables because they definitely were being. That's exactly what they are. This is why they were being so kind of grumpy, right? They just they were unscannable rocks. So yeah, or a tease. Yeah, that's another excellent way to put it, Drac, for sure. All right, so we're gonna crank her back to 180. Okay, we got an opportunity markers out there. Let's go ahead and close the angle. Let's go ahead and ping this guy. That's an M type. We're starting to do a little better now. And this, kind of closing here. Those are Q types. So once, yeah, I mean, now I know out here, these rocks are, at least this one rock, it looks like it's just one, is a Q type. And wow, and I mean, you get the rock icon at 8,000 away. That's pretty amazing. So, if you recall, the rock icons were not showing up at anywhere near that distance. Still got, some Q types out this way. And we're kind of moving in their direction. And we'll go just take a look. And so, yeah, that's kind of the beauty of this particular method. So yeah, if no show up, don't go. That's exactly right. Now, this is going to end up being, let's take a look at what this rock is. This is not going to be a great rock right here. This is going to be a blue cap for sure. What about this guy? This is also going to be a blue cap. So that's exactly right. What you said is exactly perfectly correct, right? If you're not getting a ping, like if you scan that thing and you have the mining laser out and you ping that thing and it's not giving you any back, and then you double check your scan angle and you know that your scan angle is in a good way, and it's not giving you any kind of an indication of what it is, it's just fly on. That's what that is. It's just a keep moving type thing. Reset, put yourself back to the 180, kind of keep flying in that direction and look for the things past it. So there's a 12.2. We'll go ahead and crank that guy down. 12.2 out there at that distance. That's an E-type, so we know to keep moving. Let me just kind of, like I said, yeah, cool. I just wanted to double check that I had a good speed. So yeah, that's it for sure. Just keep on moving if they're not good. If they will not give you any kind of will not let you know kind of what they are, they're going to be unscannable when you get close to them. Drex says there's plenty of rocks in space. There's actually a thicker parts of the halo than this too. There are bands in the Iron Halo, Drac, and the different bands have different densities of rocks. And so, yep, that's kind of how it works. 11.2 away. And here's one at 12.2. Yeah, and I'm getting a lot of unscannables here. You can see I did a 360 scan, and look at all the opportunity markers out there. Let me crank this one down here. We'll keep moving towards this one. Quadstar says, I saw this was asked earlier, but I had to step away and I didn't hear the answer. How is it that you know a Q-type asteroid is going to be bad before you know the data? Is it just instinct? Well, I know I want to approach all Q types for sure. Anytime it's a Q type, I want to approach them. But then if if for some reason when I begin to kind of with the mining laser begin to see kind of what it is that they're gonna display, but usually it has to do with the size of the optimal window. Kind of gives you. Expose says, can C type have quant or just Q type? It's just Q types. Only Q types, I believe, are the only ones that are going to have Quantanium in them. I don't think any other type has Quantanium in them. That's an M type. Out at that distance. That's an E type. That's a P type. That's a P type. And sharp, yes, it does. You have to have you do have to have the mining laser extended. That's exactly right. You do. It's one of those things. It is kind of a prospector only kind of thing. Or you can do it in a mole, but it's obviously a lot. You can't do it on the fly in the mole without somebody. There is no way to kind of get the results, kind of figure out, see the results window without the mining laser being extended. There's a Q type right there. So here, I'll approach this Q type. So I know to approach this, and before you were having to zigzag to every one of these, and that's the big change here, right? Is it with the mining laser out, with the prospector, with the mining laser out, with a combination of pings and having the mining laser out, you can see if at a distance something is a Q type, and that's, hey, I mean, it's a lot better than it was in that capacity. Now let's take a look. This is just a single rock. Now you can see I was kind of zooming but it's not going to be a great rock. Now see that big wide optimal window tells me, like that big, it's an unstable thing. So when it's a high percentage, the green is very thin. And you can see that's just the blue cap. That's a 2%er. That's not a good one. So, yeah, cool. I mean, it's just kind of something to kind of keep an eye on. And notice I keep ARC L1 kind of, as kind of my reset. You know what I mean? I definitely, do keep that. I mean, there's an opportunity marker out there, 13.6. I don't know that you can do it at 13.6. I think you have to be kind of down in the 12s. We're gonna keep trying here. 12.2, 12. Yeah, that's a Q type out there at 12.2 away. So we'll head towards that Q type. And yeah, I mean that's another perfect example of seeing a Q type out there at a distance that you just wouldn't expect. There's another rock at a distance. What's this one? It's an M type. We're still approaching this Q type here. Yeah. Looks to be a single rock. Could be a decent rock. Hard to say. Also could be a 10 or 12%er. You got to get in a pretty good distance before you start getting your scan results. So 7%er here, not a great rock, Yep, it ended up being not as good as I'd hoped. We'll keep on moving. We'll reset this guy to 180. And we got a couple of opportunity markers up this way, and we'll kind of crank in on those. M type. E type. ping back there. E-type. Yeah, we'll keep moving. Alrighty. 11.3 out. P-type. Oh, 13 out on that one. Is the ping angle or the scan angle you adjust? So it's definitely the scan angle, you know, is what I'm, it's, you know, if you see that red number off to the left of the UI that's changing, you know, that says, you know, that's the scan angle. And that's what I am, that has to do, like if it's 11,000 or more out, you want to focus it down to 2. You know, if it's a little less than that, you know, yeah, you see how this is like a 10. I'll kind of ping it out there at, you know, kind of close it and ping it out there at, you know, if you don't get any scan back at all, especially after you see the pip, you know it's probably going to be a dead rock, and so you don't want to necessarily keep chasing it. You know, so it's one of those things, as soon as you see kind of the white diamond icons, but you're not getting a readout on it, that's a good indicator that you want to keep moving. So 180 scan angle there, and oh wow, lots of opportunities all of a sudden. That's an E-type. E-type. I don't think this is anything. 11.3 here. P-type. Not getting any feedback on that one, so probably going to keep moving. We'll crank the angle up really quite a bit here for this guy that's out here at this great of a distance, and we'll kind of give this guy a ping while we're at it. E-type. M-type. M-type. We'll just kind of keep heading towards you know, towards Arc L1, and that's one of the things you don't want to end up circling back. You know, and kind of covering ground you've already covered. So that's one of the reasons why it's always good to, you know, kind of keep that. There's an E-type. That's actually going to be a cluster, an E-type cluster in front of you. Not getting anything there. What about this guy? P-type. Alright, so we're cruising along here. Just looking for things to... Ah, there's a Q-type right up ahead of us. So now there's a Q-type. We'll just kind of make our way that direction, and you know, I like kind of putting the angle back around 90 and just kind of pinging it on the way in. Pyro says, just got back, but the new Halo trick should make Halo mining so much better. Is there a button to set your scan angle to the lowest and highest, or do you need to mash the button? I set mine where if I hold down the left alt, I can mouse wheel it forward and back. That's how I set mine, and it seems to be, it really does work nicely for me. Alright, we got some Q-types out here. We're just coming in on them. Not a great rock, though. Definitely going to be a blue cap as we're flying by. Doe, yeah, so C-type has quant, but only found at ARC L5 according to SE Trade Tools. Well, that's good information. I definitely did not know that, and I didn't know. I certainly didn't know that there was that meta with that. I don't know that at ARC L5. I don't even know that I've ever kind of gone to ARC L5. That's interesting. Thank you for that, Doe. That's awesome, by the way. Couple of rocks here that I'm not getting any kind of feedback on. What about here? Or here? M-type. Alright, we'll keep on looking. Hey. Well, that's a cluster for sure. But a cluster of what? We'll kind of approach it just a little bit. Drax says, Rutro, place you never mind. Do I hear Rutro? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is. Yeah, I hear that. A place I definitely don't think I've ever. Let me look where that is. Arkel 5, right? Is that what it is? Yeah, I don't think I've ever mined over there for sure. It seems like I've gone over there to haul something there because you can like dump some like I think I ended up buying too many kind of illicit cargo, and I couldn't get rid of it, and there's some terminal that will take it off your hands there. You know, trying a different type of game loop. Yeah, you see, and this is what was happening, right? This is exactly why. Like, I kind of figured, I just like to double check, but none of these are scannable rocks, right? So that's why that wasn't kind of happening that way, which is good to know. E-type. Okay, we're back on track. Alright, there's a couple other opportunities right there. We'll crank this guy down. P-type. 10.5 out there. There's an M-type. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Drac, for sure. It's awesome. So yeah, let's go ahead and keep on keeping on. I have not been over to see the new the Aegis stuff today at Invictus. I haven't gone over that way yet, so I think I'll do that in the morning. Oh, there's a Q-type. We'll head right towards it and see what we get. Looks like it's just a single rock, if I were to guess. Roll this back to 90. Let's just focus on that guy for just a sec. Q-type there as well. And a Q-type here as well. So, got a couple of opportunities there, right? Both of these are Q-types, right? So I definitely want to kind of... I'll approach this one here first. And I think this was a single rock. It's not going to be a great rock. It's you know, it does have some borace in it though. That's kind of nice. Now this is supposedly another Quantanium rock right over this way. So, you know, we'll definitely cruise over here and look. Oh, it's more than one, it looks like. Which is great.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off. Mining mode
probably going to be like a 13 or 4, like maybe a 7 or 8% or something like that. Not a great rock. Usually, yep, 5%er. What about this guy? 4931 at 40%. Hey, there's a mineable rock. Excellent rock to mine right there. That is well over a 40/40. So we will go ahead and get this guy broke down and yeah, that is awesome. Alright, we'll kind of move in here and free up the laser, and let's go after this guy. Get a good optimal range here. And we'll give it a break. So I'm going to go ahead and just, you know, try and get in, you know, get in that optimal range, and we'll kind of set the laser intensity to 100%, and a 4931's not a hard crack at all. Now, once again, you do hope that this one breaks clean. This is almost a 50/40. So there's probably 37, 38 SCU in this one for sure. Drax on the place to dump the debt box. I thought about what you said there, and I'm like, that's so funny. Excellent here. So if this does break clean, we do have another opportunity at a second uni, which is, you know, fantastic, obviously. And she's being fussy with this, you know, with almost 41% of Quantanium in it. It's definitely wants to try and be, you know, a little fussy, and that's no big deal. We'll just, this is a rock we're easily going to break. Harry Talk, welcome to the channel, Harry. Harry says, hello. When will the mining gadgets work again? Who knows? Harry, you know, obviously, you know, making things like that work again, you know, is important. So I would imagine it won't be a terribly long time. You know, it's difficult to say, you know, when it comes to this type of thing. I always try and, you know, keep myself on a, you know, in a good place with it. I mean, you know, things aren't always perfect in Star Citizen, and that's just kind of one of those things you just kind of learn along the way. But it's an excellent question, Harry, for sure. Alright, so we're going to get this guy up into the green here and see if we can't get it broken. Oh, there was a little bit of a lag spike there. Didn't like that at all. But we'll go ahead and just kind of deal with that how we need to deal with it. I just turned off the laser, if you noticed. And it is kind of lag spiky, which is no big deal. Just turn off the laser if you need to, or just roll it back to 0%, let it fall out. Always opt on air on the side of it falling out of the bottom of it than kind of climbing up. Now, it's definitely being pretty kind of volatile right now. I mean, even though it's a 1.82, it is kind of bouncing around quite a bit. But, you know, it's one of those things, if you just kind of keep at it, you'll get it, for sure. And, you know, if you have to turn off the laser and back away, turn off the laser and back away. So that's a 70%er. This is probably going to be, that's a 50%er. So this one didn't break as clean as the last one. That's a 43%er. I'm going to be, that's 3, I'm going to probably have to break a lot. Okay, this one doesn't look like it's going to have a whole lot in it. Alright, so there's the fourth one I have to break, a 43%er. This one may not have anything in it, or who knows. All right, so there's 5 of them. It looks like I'm gonna end up having to break. So we'll just kind of do our thing here. What we want to do is we definitely want to take advantage of our branch. And here we go. Oh, I didn't want it to fall completely out there. No big deal, though. Kind of holding that around 4%, 6%. Trying to just keep it up in there, you know. I definitely want to try and get, you know, break 2 rocks if I can with 1 branch, considering I'm going to at least have to use a couple of charges here to break them all. We're going to have to be very discerning on the laser when we get all this broke up, and we'll have to see how it breaks into purples, because it doesn't look like doesn't look like this is going to be a friendly unicorn type thing. So we're 43 seconds. So I'm gonna push this up fairly quickly. 39, 38, 37. I'm trying to get it up into the green before it's 30 seconds. 34, 33, 32. Pretty darn close. So we didn't do bad. So we should be able to get this second rock broke as well. With the brand, with one charge on the brand, and that's kind of what our goal is. You know, it's just obviously you have lots of charges. I mean, I bring 10 charges or whatever I have left on them. I mean, you can't necessarily see how many charges are left. I would actually throw them away, and if I could figure out how to do it. Oops. Towards the end of the break, you don't want that. Let's let it fall out. Now, we don't want it to fall out a ton. Just let it decay down. There we go. And then push it back up in there. Now, the brand's off, and I should just fire another one. But I'm just kind of messing around with it and seeing if I can hold it in there and see even if it's going to be stable enough. Good, we got that break as well. So now we're going to go ahead and fire this break up. And I will fire a brand for this one. Good. Beautiful. That is great. And here we go. We'll go ahead and fire this guy here. Push, push, push. I'm trying to push it up into the green as fast as I can.
Warning, power critical.
I got a little more than I bargained for. But that's okay, no big deal. Fell out of touch. Push it back up in. We got about 15 more seconds left on the brand. And you can see that brand fall away there. I don't know if you noticed that or not. That's what they do when they're out of charges. They fall away. And so that's great. No big deal there. And then we have that's why we load a couple on there. And yeah, no problem here. We're just kind of keep this guy here. Now, like I said, we are going to have to be fairly discerning on the lasers here. And it may not have broke clean enough to get a uni here for sure. But we'll have to see. I mean, normally when, you know, it's pretty rare when it breaks up like this that when you go to break it up into the purples that it breaks up really good. There's going to be some hundos in here for sure, but, you know, we're probably not going to have a perfect if I were to guess. This is our last break, though, that we need to make. Alright, and now we're just going to switch to extraction mode, and we're just going to kind of go along here and take a look. And anytime there's a 100%er, that's a 63. We'll grab those 100%ers first. We'll try and make mental notes, too. That's 100 right there, so that's what we're going to grab that for sure. That's a good opener. I like it. 100% there and nothing. 100% there and nothing. $92%er. So we got a 92 and a 60 down there. %, inert. There's a nice big hundo. We'll pull that guy in. Try and get as pure amount of Quantanium as we can, for sure. Drac says, I would say go ahead and break the other rock just in case you need a bit of extra. You know, Drac, I probably could have done that, but, you know, like, it's not... There's definitely enough SCU in here. It's just whether or not it's pure enough. This should still end up being, you know, in the high 20s, for sure. Depending on how it broke. Good rock there, for sure. Afternoon, Brianna. How are you? Nice to see you. How have you been, Brianna? Awesome. That's a 72%er. So we know we have a 60, a 90, and a 72 to come back to. There's a hundo. We'll scoop that guy next. That's 4 SCU. That's going to get us around 16 or so. Beautiful. That's a 34%er. That is just a 10%er there. What's this guy here? We'll take that hundo right there. That's a good one. That's going to get us close to 20, not quite to 20. And I think that's about as good as we're going to do, though, right? I think that's... I don't think there's anything more here. I don't think there were any other hundos to be had. 56. This big boy was nothing. 34, 15. So yeah, we're definitely gonna start. We're gonna do this 90 first. And a good rock at 90%. You know, obviously it's and then there's gonna be a 70. There's a 63. I know there's a 70 somewhere. I want to grab that guy next. There might be more than one rock back here. Let me kind of take a peek. Alright, there's this guy over here, too. That's 100% inert, and that's 100% inert. Ah, they were just a couple of inerts. There's my 70%er. We'll grab that guy. So we're approaching 26 SCU, which is, you know, a very respectable run. Hey, there was a hundo floating around back there. Let me grab that guy. Pretty nice rock, too. It's definitely not going to cap me out, I don't think. Oh, you know what? 31 SCU I'm not going to complain about at all. So, you know what? That was an excellent run. Let's go ahead and back away. We'll pull in the mining laser. We'll definitely take a look at, and we will start heading in. So, Brianna, one of the things that we were looking at today was this cool thing about with you have the mining laser out and you ping in the air in Halo, you can actually be like 12 kilometers away and see what's in that particular plus, you know, what's in that rock. You can't see the scan results specifically, but you can see that if it's a Q type, an M type, an E type, a P type, and obviously any Q types are Quantanium. So, you know, a couple of times this was the second run out here to the Halo today. kind of monkeying around with that. And I think I'm gonna take this back and do one more as well. So, but yeah, just a very cool scanning meta for sure, you guys. Get myself a little drink here, and Malith, I appreciate that sub, sir. Thank you very much. You must be sneaking around back there. I can't tell you how much it means to me, you guys. I'm getting close to 1,000 subs, and I hope if we're just kind of monkeying around tonight in the Air and Halo, we make it. It would be really fantastic. I really appreciate that. It's awesome. So yeah, I mean anybody who's kind of keeping an eye on the channel or who's been keeping an eye on the channel, do like and sub. It brings new faces to the channel and old faces alike, and obviously it makes the mining community that much better. Brianna Joy says, I saw such a game changer for the Halo. Yeah, we're out messing around with it today. It is a huge game changer. So, out in the Halo so far today, we've got a full 32 SCU and then a 31 SCU. So we've got, 63 SCU and 2 runs headed out to the Halo today. And we're going to head back out there again. One more time today, we'll head back out to the Halo and grab some more. And then if I'm feeling froggy, maybe I'll go hit Leary after that. So beautiful evening to just do a little mining, do a little relaxing, and just chat with you guys. Have any of you made it over to the to the event today? Have any of you went and checked out Aegis at all? I have not made it over there today yet. I started out the day just kind of spent a lot of the day with my wife this morning, which was just fantastic. Had a lot of fun with her, and then I was so excited to try this Air and Halo mining. I went and did that. I didn't, that's what I did. So, bringing her on in here. Like I said, we're gonna try and keep ourselves honest and just kind of do a nice touchdown and get the stuff safely offloaded. The Mazgloth, how are you today, sir? Nice, welcome to the channel. Not a name I recognize. I appreciate you coming. Hat is the station hailing button under in setting. Oh, I think what you're saying is where is the station hail button? So here I'll show you where it is. You're gonna want to go to options, right? And if you go to options, you're gonna go to key bindings, and in your key bindings, you're gonna go to advanced controls. And in those, you're going to have your vehicle flight movement. And down at the bottom of flight movement, you're going to have request landing. And you notice I have mine set to my delete key right now. So that's where it's at, yeah, I hope that helps, Mass, for sure. It's not, it's a beautiful thing, obviously, just to just kind of reach over and tap a button and get somebody to kind of get you a landing pad for sure. Barely have to take my hands off the sticks, and I actually had a map to the sticks for a second, and I needed to do that again. But the delete key has kind of been working just fine for me. All right, we're gonna bring this in nice and easy. We haven't even heard first alarm yet, so we're in really good shape.
Has already been granted.
The mass is awesome. Thanks so much. I'm happy to help, sir.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
The heck? Give me a pad, you guys. All right, thank you. Bringing her in nice and easy. We'll just set her down nice and gentle. Nice. Do a post flight here. In we
Landing
go.
complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Kill the engines, and off we go. Now, I just heard first alarm there, so I mean we're already on the touchdown on the pad when we've heard first alarm, and that's you know you're in really good shape. One thing you can do if you're in a hurry and want to get out of here, as soon as you see that thing go down, you actually can just run and jump off. You don't have to do the animation if you don't want. A lot of times I do the animation just because I think it's cool, but you don't have to. You can kind of get a running start and go run and jump right off there. And with the little bit of the way space is, you're not going to hurt your leg or anything. So, all right, in we go. We're going to store this prospector. We're going to run down to the refinery. We're going to throw this in the hopper, and out we're going to go again. Ultra, welcome to the channel, Ultra. Hearing some unscannable stuff still happening in the Halo happens on planets too. Ultra, no. I mean, for the most part, I will say it's you normally on moons and on planets. Normally, you do not have unscannable rocks. That's a very rare thing. It still happens in the air in Halo, although the scanning has gotten, you know, there seems to be a kind of a system now that you can actually do really well in the air in Halo, which I'm demonstrating today. So there are definitely still some unscannable rocks in the Halo, but there is a way for you to at least tell at a distance whether or not it is unscannable, for the most part, and also a way to tell if it's, you know, something you're looking for as well. And so this is the second, you know, I've demonstrated a couple times out there in the Halo. I'm going to go back out one more time to the air in Halo, and just after I put this run in the refinery and continue doing some mining. It's you know me, this is what I do. I mine. But yeah, I'll show you if you hang out for a while, Ultra. I'll show you the kind of how to handle that if you happen to be out there in a prospector, for instance. And so, hope everybody's having a lovely night. It's a beautiful Sunday night here. You know, it's got some soft, fluffy clouds in the sky. It's a pretty night. I have this week off. I know I've said that a couple times. You know, in the streams, I'm so excited. You know, I'm going to be doing a lot of streaming here this week, and yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot of mining streaming this week for sure. Some ROC mining, and you know, potentially some refueling. But you know, I'm gonna maybe think about doing some refueling, maybe streaming. I don't know 100% about that. I'm gonna ask the guys if they, you know, and ask around and make sure that people feel like, you know, feel okay with it. But yeah, but could potentially be doing some of that.
Finding everything all right?
Haven't asked yet, so I don't know. But you know, normally people are fairly cordial about that stuff. Beautiful run there, obviously. Not quite a unicorn, but an awesome run nonetheless. So right now, you know, we've got, you know, with yield being what it is, about 60 SCU in the hopper. So 2 runs, 60 SCU. Ultra says, also heard refinery kiosks aren't working to buy gadgets. That's true, Ultra. Look, if you look, you're absolutely right. They're not working, right? That is weird. It seems like it seems like it's just, you know, it seems like it's actually there. You can actually click on, like if you click around enough, you get, like, it seemed like I almost landed on a quick buy there. But one thing you can do is you can actually buy, like, things like if you wanted the FLTRXL, you could buy it off of the floor model here. It's not great. I had to run over to Dumper's Depot on Port Alisar to pick up Lancet mining heads, you know. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Oh, why I'm in here? Yep, I probably should do the right thing and get myself a drink and keep myself hydrated. So I'm still at 100%. I'm gonna do it anyways. That's weird that I'm at 100%. But yeah, the refinery, you know, the terminals are not working. They definitely have. There's a couple of things. The mold extraction bug, they've got to get that fixed. They've got to get these terminals fixed as well. I mean, you know, that's not, you can't have that, you know, the terminals not working, that type of thing. And so,
Finding everything all right?
I don't know where they may have those displayed. I know that a Dumpers Depot, like on Harry, if you're on like Area 18 and you go to Dumpers Depot, you can buy the Bormax there. You can buy them at Shubin, as I think on Microtech as well. But yeah, you can still buy that stuff, but you have to go to Dumpers Depot. You're not able to buy it in the refinery. Oops, I'm breaking animation there, and as I break animation, they wind up. You have to wait till you lift it up before you kind of click and hold, or you break animation. And then when you break animation, you actually put those in your backpack, which I think I did. Oh, or did they wind up in the station? I don't know. I thought I put the helmet back on, and we'll just kind of keep mining. Ultra says, I guess only one that works is Shubin at New Babbage then. Dumpers Depot also works, Ultra, for sure. You can go to Dumpers and you can buy your mining gadgets there and your Lancet mining heads, and you can buy your consumables as well. Alright, up we go. Andreas, nice to see you. How you doing, Andreas? Andreas says, hey everyone, nice to see you. Good evening, sir. How have you been? So we're going to make another run out to the Halo for sure. And just take a look at the kind of the scanning mechanic that allows you at 12 kilometers away to see what type of cluster or rock you're looking at. And, makes it very approachable. So, demonstrated it a couple times. We're going to head back out there again today. I am, just, Ultra, I will say, I am kind of shooting, and Harry Talk as well. I am shooting for 1,000 subs, so if you guys haven't subbed, please do, I'm so close. I'm probably 986 or 87. I don't know. I started out at 984 tonight. So I'm trying to hit 1,000 subs tonight if there's any chance. And so if you have any kindness in your heart, or if you like this kind of content, yeah, please help a brother out. So, And all the old timers around here will tell you, I don't ask a whole lot, but it's just like, hey, you get close to 1,000, you're kind of excited about it. So we'll go ahead and make sure we have a brand here. This is exactly why we pre-flight and post-flight. Hello? This is exactly why we pre-flight and post-flight there. Brianna Joy says 989. I just need 11 more, you guys. That's awesome. Thank you, Brianna. So I picked up a few tonight already. That's actually really good. I think I started at 984, so I picked up 5 already. Be fast, don't crash, and ping as your life depends on it. Yeah, Andreas. I'll show you this new thing, Andreas, that just kind of people... Red Monster Gaming put out a video, I think, is really kind of where I seen it last night, which I was excited to try today. This is Prospector 2. I'll go ahead and
Welcome.
but I'll show you. You can actually see at a distance now. Like if you have the mining laser out and you kind of use your scan angles a little bit. So I'll definitely demonstrate it here one more time going out to the Halo, or I don't know. I mean, I'm just having fun. I don't have any agenda tonight. I don't work tomorrow.
Your vehicle has been
And so
delivered.
I'm just enjoying mining and having you guys along for, asking questions and contributing. So I will ask again if anybody was out to the Aegis, anybody see any, is there anything special happening for the Aegis day today? I haven't been over there yet. And so now I do have a wave shift on my back, I think, here, by the way. Oh, maybe I should do this. Yeah, you can see it there. I better run out the door. No. All right. Harry Talk says, spaceship door opens with Moby Glass would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool if you could do it. Oh, refreshing. It's 991. You guys, I'm 9 away. Isn't that awesome? 9 away from 1,000 subs. And of course, who knows what the next goal would be. I don't even know that it was necessarily a goal. I just never dreamed in all my days, that I'd get 1,000 subs, and it's kind of interesting and fun, and it just means that enough people. It really means that you guys have like the mining channel enough to hang out and chat with me and you know, and bring other people along for the ride, because that's what brings people here, you guys being here. So all right, HURL5, I'm gonna go ahead and just set that guy. You know what, we'll just kind of for fun, maybe, well, I only have the VK00, so we better just kind of stick it with HURL5. And we'll just kind of drop out at around, I think I'll drop out at 7.8 this time. That seemed to be a little closer to the density I was looking for in the Halo. Andrea says, got 4 unis within an hour of mining. I'm curious if there's a more efficient method to mine. You know what, Andreas, if you got 4 unis in an hour, I think you're doing fine. You made $1 million in an hour. So that is an absolute, that's a fantastic hour of mining. I don't know that you're going to do any better than that. You know, that's, to be honest with you, your foot's on the gas, sir. So 4 unis in 1 hour. And I've had pretty good luck like that once or twice too, you know, where you just kind of keep landing on the good stuff. And you know, wherever you're going, whatever you're doing, I think you're doing fantastic. You know, I don't know that you're going to squeeze a ton of more of efficiency out of there, you know, for sure. It's been a long time since I did 4 unis in an hour, that's for sure. And so, all right, we're going to drop out at, I think, 7.8. And see where we are. And then we're just going to do this scanning thing again, just because I'm trying to get used to it, and I'm trying to share it with you all. And so it's a cool Aaron Halo scanning thing. You know, and like I said, shout out to Red Monster on that. That's the video I watched. He does, I wish I had his chops with, you know, he does a really good job. Anyways, here we starting to get close here. We're under 9. All right, we're going to be dropping out at 7.8. Seven, 8, boom. Yeah, not a bad density here. I mean, not quite as thick as I may like it, but that's okay. This will work just fine. So the first thing we do is we just, once again, set our arc L1 is back to where we want to kind of be. We're then gonna, you know, turn off the drive. I am gonna, of course, kind of, I'm moving my velocity meter. I like to move it up a little bit so I'm not going super slow. Then we're going to pull out the mining laser. Then we're going to set the angle to a 180 or so, and we're going to ping. And of course, we have lots of opportunities there, but a lot of them are a little bit too far away. So then we're going to close our angle down, and you can see this one out here at 10.6. I'm going to actually kind of, you can see that's an E-type. 12.3 is just a bridge too far. You've got to be, I think, within 12 point. And it, you know, and I can see it's giving me an icon. And if it's giving me an icon and it's not giving me anything else, I'm just going to move on. I think that's an unscannable rock. It's been that way a couple of times. So once again, I'll kind of reset because, you know, you have about 30 seconds to kind of check out your opportunity markers or so. This is a 12.6. I'm going to close down that. I'm going to move in. I'm going to try and get this out to about 12.2. Go ahead and pop that. Notice that's a P-type, so you know, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for Q-types. This guy's an E-type. And so, yeah, this is a lot better. I mean, it really is. I mean, this is a lot better. That's an M-type, you know, as we're kind of settling in here. That is an M-type, okay? And I need to kind of reset, you know, once again, kind of reset the table. Crank it down. That's a Q-type right there. So I just landed. I looked around at all my opportunity markers, and I found a Q-type right off the bat. And that's what I'm talking about. This has gotten a lot. This is a lot better than it used to be. I think most of you who have mined the Halo would have to admit that's a lot better than it used to be. Now I'm keeping the laser out. I certainly can, you know, kind of come back to like a 90 degree. Just kind of, you can just keep popping it. It's right out here. It looks like it's just going to be a couple of rocks, which is fine, but they are Q-types. At least there's at least one there. And you know, we'll kind of close the gap. Now that's not a good rock. That's going to be a yucky one. What about this guy here? 4631. This isn't going to be a good one either. So this is going to end up being, like, you still have to get in here nice and tight, right, in order to see the, you know, within 275, sadly, in order to get your scan results. They're both going to be blue caps. So it's not going to be, there's a 2%er, right? Here's another 2%er, I'm sure. Andrea says, interesting method, but I'm always playing at night. And I think I get super tired moving this little. Well, that's fair. I mean, I definitely understand that. You know, but I do like you know, you do have to move on now and then, right? I mean, you can't necessarily say super still. You know, so... but yeah, I mean, you know, it definitely gives you an opportunity if you know, if it's going to, that's an M type. You can ping it out there. Single rock. Not getting a whole lot of opportunity there. You can kind of crank it back out now, but what we would find if we approach this thing is it's just not. There's an E-type right over that way, so we're going to keep on moving. You know, as I've approached those ones that will not give me, a P-type equals Bexelite, an M-type equals Laranite. That's an excellent thing to thank you, Doe. You know, it's a very, you know, something I should probably know, but it's definitely helpful for people to know. Andrea says, haha, you know my racing method. I definitely understand. I mean, you know, there's definitely the meta around the Iron Halo has been kind of zigzagging around, right? I mean, that's, you know, kind of top speed zigzagging with a little bit of you know, with a little bit of crossing your fingers and hoping, and you know, of course, anytime you go mining, there's a little crossing your fingers and hoping, that's for sure. Now I'm still moving towards, you know, here. There's those are Q types right out there at that distance. So I'll approach these for sure. Now as you approach, I always, you know, set it back to the 90 degree, like that can help you kind of as you kind of roll in towards it a little bit. Once you kind of get it with, you know, within a certain distance. You can see I'm just rolling over the top of that bigger rock there. Just kind of, it keeps it honest a little bit. It looks like it's going to be a couple of rocks, if I were to guess there. We'll start pulling, start making sure we have the mining laser ready to go. This could be a halfway decent rock. You know, hard to say. But considering how low, yeah, it's a 5130. Not certainly one worth mining for sure. This is going to be a blue cap. So this is going to be like a 5128. So, you know, just kind of doing some hard math, 5 times 3, 50. This is probably about 29, 28 SCU. So you can't pass this up. I mean, it's too good of an opportunity, right? You don't pass it up. There's no uni to be had in this rock, but, you know, when you're out here locating rocks that fast, you definitely just want to take full advantage of it. So, no, that's interesting. There it goes. My mining laser wouldn't turn on for a second. But now it did. And yeah, so that's it. I mean, you know, we found that pretty easy. I mean, quite honestly, you know, we didn't have to race around too much, you know, like Andreas's system per se. You know, we were able to see him at a distance and approach him and find him fairly quickly. So, you know, definitely excited about that. I mean, that is a little bit of a change and an important change for sure. I like putting the UI on the dark side of the, you know, you can see on the left-hand side or the port side, the sun is right there. On the right-hand side, it's kind of the dark side of the you know, of what I'm mining, and I like putting the UI in there for contrast. I think it's helpful. This 5122, you know, one of the nice, beautiful things about mining in the Iron Halo is you're never going to run into a rock that the Lancet can't crack right now. They don't have any rocks in there. So Drax says, so knowing the type, you know what you can get. makes it easier to target a product. Yeah, you know, if you're out here looking for Quantanium exclusively, obviously if you're looking for like if you're looking M-types, you'd know where laranite, P-types, you know where bexolite. You're not, until you get close to the rock and you can get the scan results, you don't know the percentages. But you know, the one thing you're definitely looking for in a rented prospector, for instance, is bexolite. Bexolite is not in any way unstable. You know, it's a very easy crackable rock, and it's also, quite honestly, you know, the second most, second most profitable thing that you can mine. You know, for, you know, it's half the price of Quantanium, but it is still, nonetheless, I mean, quite profitable. I mean, if you know, just, you know, if in a rented prospector, you know, if I'm out here making $1 million, I mean, no, you'd have made a half that at least. So still, you'd make a $500,000, you know, type of thing. You know, it is one of those things where we Quantanium mine all the time because the profits are so good. But there are other things to mine, and that's what, you know, that's kind of the goal with the rented prospector. And you know, of course, I do hope at some point, like with the onset of pyro and all that type of stuff, that there's other things that, you know, other rare minerals to mine, other things that you just weren't, you know, that are just super rare, that are very valuable. I think that would be a lot of fun. I'd love to see some resource blooms. Like, you know, all of a sudden, just like there's a whole bloom of this type of resource, you know, that happened, and, you know, in this area. You know, or somebody's kind of going along with a scanning shift and finds something rare. It's like, hey, whoa, you don't see this every day. So that's 53% there. We'll start from the top and just kind of work our way down. This doesn't look like it's going to have anything in it. That's fine. You know, 0.7% of borase in there, so that's not great. This doesn't look like it's going to have a whole lot in it either. That's 0. Yep. Those are good signs. This also doesn't look like it's going to have anything in it. So this looks like it actually broke pretty clean, right? Because it's all going to be in these 3 rocks. So, you know, these 2 down here are probably going to be, you know, nothing there. So what size is this guy? This is 959 at 99%. So this is, that's 18 SCU, almost 19 SCU. And then, you know, half of that, 450, there's 9 SCU there. There must be one other rock, I think. Am I not seeing it? No. Oh, yeah, there's a weird piece over there. So, yeah, I mean, that... Oh, and I think that's what we said, right? We said that it was going to be upper 20 SCUs of it. So it looks like there's just the 2 rocks that I have to break here. That's not bad at all. So let's go ahead. We'll break this guy first. Just 2 rocks to break, so that's fantastic.
Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical.
You know, just kind of letting it decay out, you know, before we get too crazy there. No big deal. And, yeah, very, 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 very easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Got that guy broke. And now into this guy. And this is all, I mean, this is all of it here. You know, we only have to break these 2 rocks.
Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical.
You know, I let it just kind of, you know, I'll let it decay out. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, things can get a little jumpy and jump up into there. It's no big deal. Just turn off the laser. Back away. You can see we didn't do a real clean job at kind of keeping on this one here. It's only you know, we'll see what the instability is. We should be able to kind of manage this. Oh, that is a 2.4, maybe not. That is a fairly unhealthy amount it can swing, for sure. keep an eye on it here. Looks like it's swinging down. I fired it up. Hey, we broke it here without necessity of needing to fire another one there. So we'll begin scooping. It was only these 2 rocks, and it's going to be high, upper 20s, and that's really good. Drax says, think most of my mining will be other stuff instead of quant. And I can appreciate that. I definitely cut my teeth on agricium. I used to do a ton of agricium mining. Back before the refineries. I'm too lazy, don't want to rush after the load to make the refinery. Yeah, I mean, Drax, there's nothing wrong with that, honestly. The most important thing is have fun, right? I love mining in Star Citizen. I wouldn't be here streaming this if I didn't love doing this. I do. I just love it. This is what I enjoy doing in the game. I think this allows me. It gives me the funds to kind of buy ships and kind of open the rest of the game. But I also do like sharing this stuff with you guys as well, because I think there's a lot of people who want to learn how to Quantanium mine, and I want you to learn how to do it in a real safe way. So. Dose says, you never get 100% Baxilite loads or Larina. It's true. I mean, that's the one thing, right? It's just one of those things where I agree with that, exactly with what you're saying, Doe. I mean, I've gotten some pretty good loads of Baxilite before, but it's not quite the same, right? Now, that's a very nice rock. That's actually got a 40% borase in it. So, one of these rocks back here's got to have quite a bit in it. Like that guy's got 5 SCU. Very nice. And this guy must have a little bit in it. Yeah. Almost 4 SCU. 26, 27, just under 28. I don't think there's any more here, though. Which is, we got it all, basically. Now, this does have some borase in it. Now, I don't normally do this, but I'm actually going to grab this for the borase. I mean, a couple of SCU of borase is actually worth quite a bit as well. So, grab 1.38 of that. That's not something that actually happens very often, but I know borase is quite valuable, so why not just go ahead and grab that as well. So we're going to back away from these rocks. And turn and head back towards Arcal 1. In we go. The one thing I've always said, Doe, it's interesting that you say that. If I could I would probably do a lot more solo mole mining. If I definitely could find, these big old resource blooms of Baxilite. I would be fine with doing, like 70 SCU loads of Baxilite, if you could find these rocks that are, 30 and 40 percenters, and there's, 3 or 4 of them there. You could kind of bring the mole in, and you don't have to. The cool thing is you wouldn't have to be on a timer with Baxilite, right? You could just kind of load it up and get the most amount of Baxilite. It's just that you don't find it consistently in the percentages and the amounts that you're looking for. So it's difficult. So, I will say Dave Davis, welcome to the channel. How are you, sir? Is the mining buy-sell kiosk working for everyone? No, it's not, Dave. Dave, they're not working. If you have to get some mining gadgets or mining consumables or mining heads, you do have to go to Dumpers Depot. There's one on Port Olisar. There's one at Area 18. There's also Shubin. Shubin Mining is in Microtech. And New Babbage. So yeah, Dave, you definitely they're not working. There's a few things that are kind of broken right now. The mole's not extracting. It's not just you. It's happening to all of us, Dave, for sure. And you did the right thing by coming and asking, for sure. I couldn't, thank you for doing that. I know it's one of those things where sometimes you feel like, holy mackerel is just, am I the only one? You're not the only one. So good for you. And I will say, you guys, I don't, of course, I'm kind of sound like a broken record. I'm almost at 1,000 subs, Dave. So if you wouldn't mind helping a brother out, for sure, man. I do, but mostly Quantanium mining on my stream. Sometimes a little bit more than that. But, hey, when I see new faces tonight, I'm asking just because I'm like 991-ish, So if you could help a brother out, man, that'd be awesome. A like and a sub, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help, by the way, for sure. And anytime you have questions about mining, you should definitely, and you see that we're kind of on and active, come ask, because we have a really good community here that like to talk about all that stuff. All right, in we go. Crunch says, my rented ROC wouldn't extract yesterday. Reloaded and fixed it. Yeah, I hadn't heard that the rented ROCs were a problem, Crunch. I'm glad that a reload did fix that, for sure. The only extraction issues I'm aware of is the mole right now is not extracting. So there's no solo mole mining right now. There is no group mole mining right now. It will not extract. So that's the one thing. Also, another big, issue well-known issue is that the terminals aren't working. So, there are places to get you can get a VK00 and that type of stuff here on ArcL1, but you also can go over to Dumpers Depot. They have Bormaxes, they have Lancets, that type of thing. So you can get your stuff. You just have to travel a little more for it. Leos, how you doing? Yeah, man, did a 32 SCU unicorn, and then we did a 31 SCU, and now we just did a high 20s, I think a 26 or a 27 SCU run. So we're doing great tonight, Leos. Nice to see you. How have you been, sir? All right, we're going to call this, and we're going to hit the gears and drop the VTOL and creep on in here and see if we can't... David Crouch says, hi. Hi, David. How are you? Nice to see you, David. How have you been, sir? So, yeah, we're bringing in our third really nice load of the night from the Aaron Halo. And tonight, I really was just going to mostly Aaron Halo mine. I may sneak over to Lyria, but I think, unless anybody has any objections, I think I'm just going to keep on... seeing how good of a night I can have here in the Aaron Halo. We've brought in 3 really nice loads so far. We're using kind of the newer scanning method. David, nice. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, sir. Where you have, it's a combination of scan angle and having your mining laser out, and then you can tell what's in at up to 12 kilometers away. So it's pretty cool. It's not quite as, rip-roaring as, in the past where you just kind of flew around and zigzagged or whatever, but it's very cool. Everybody subscribed. I'm at 994, you guys. I'm getting close. I'd really appreciate it, so... Yeah, man, I only need 6 more subs for 1,000. Leo says, I'm good, man. I had a character reset yesterday. Tonight, prep the Prospector modules and stuff. All at Area 18. I know how that goes, Leo. So, it's one of those things where, you have to do a character reset, and you gotta shuttle all your ships back out to where they need to be shuttled to. Take it and put all the components on them, get them all organized. I know that I had a big Friday night doing that stuff, Leos, for sure. Drax says, the mention of HURL5 will need its own stream. Yes, I think it will go out to HURL5 and look for that C-type. It's a very good point, Drax. So, I haven't been out there. I think it was ArcL5, somebody said. Maybe it was HURL5. HURL5 is a little different. I've been there, I think. HURL3, I've been there. HURL5 is where you pick up like the Atlas drives. I think it was ArcL5 they were talking about, Drac, that had that. I think that had that C-type Quantanium rock out there. And I'll have to go look at that for sure. Dave Davis says, I honestly thought I subscribed last week. Dave, no problem, man. And then maybe you did. You know, for sure. So I appreciate it if you happen to sub. I mean, I'm getting real close, so it's really fun. You know, I'm excited about 1,000 subscribers, and I think you know, obviously it's a nice thing to have so many people who come and contribute to the mining channel and like to you know, talk about the, you know, it's kind of a collective, right? I mean, people come, they tell their stories. You tell me about, hey, did you know this mining ship did this, or did you know about this, or have you watched this video, or that type of thing. All those things are so important. I mean, collectively as a group. You know, I learned from you guys a tremendous amount. That's for sure. Christian, I seen that sub. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. That's super nice. I appreciate it for sure. So, I know we're getting close. That's for sure, you guys. It's awesome. And we're going to pop this guy in the refiner. We're going to head back out there and go get some more. $9.95, getting close. That's awesome. You know? So yeah, we're getting there, you guys. I mean, obviously it's you know, it's a fun thing. So Drac says yeah, type has quant, but only found at ArcL 5. Yeah, there's a C type. Somebody mentioned there's a C type rock. Because we're looking out at the Iron Halo right now, we're looking at P types and E types and M types. And we're only going after the Q types, right? That's the Quantanium type. But there is a C type, apparently, at ArcL 5 that also has Quantanium in it. I guess maybe it's just specific to there. We'd have to probably go look over there and one of these times and look around for it. So I'm actually going to refine this borase as well. It just so happened that there was 40% borase and I was kind of in an overflow type situation, so I had a little bit of wiggle room on board, so I brought it on board. So I'll go ahead and get the quote here, and we'll confirm, and we'll look at exactly where we're at tonight. So far we've done basically about 60, and then 70, 86 or so. 86 SCU so far tonight out of the Iron Halo and 3 loads, so nothing to sneeze at there. Very, very nice. Let's go ahead and take a look and see. We're still at 100% health and water, so I won't need to necessarily to drink or eat right now. We're looking good there. And we're going to keep on moving. It was Doe that said it. Yeah, okay. Fair enough, Drac. I appreciate that. Doe says, yeah, problem with like ArcL 5 is it by a refinery. Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, it's not. It's a little ways from a refinery. You know, so that's a very good point. You know, that being said, you know, you probably would want to, you know, at least look at the C-type rocks and maybe, you know, it just, you know, it's always a curiosity. I know some people that actually, at least that what they've told me, I don't know that I've ever watched them do it, is that they Lyria mine and then take it back to CRUL1 for the bonus. They use the XL1 drive. You know, so they're very careful. They begin the scoop. They kind of really scoop very efficiently with 3 guys, and then they just hit it, and they take the XL1 drive over to CRUL1 because it's got the Quantanium bonus. It does look like it's a little ways from everything. I see Lyra Shaw is giving me a friend request, and I don't know. It's not a name I recognize, so I'll have to catch up with Lyra a little later. No big deal. Let's kind of do a pre-flight on our ship. It is Prospector 2. We've been flying this one tonight. It's been doing work for us. Looks like we're still good on Brants and that kind of a thing. So let's just go pull Prospector 2 back out and head right back out. You know, we're just we're putting the nose to the grindstone tonight. Oh, shot you a friend of mine. All right, it's Andreas. Well, send it again, would you, sir? I didn't recognize the name, and so I always, you know, when I'm streaming, I always need to be a little careful. Heck, I'm not that big of a streamer, and I don't think anybody cares to shoot old V, but if they did, then, you know, I don't always accept friend invites, like, kind of right off the bat, but if you send me another one, Andreas, I will absolutely... oh, it might even be in my pendings. Hold on, let me look. Now that I think about it. Ooh, yeah, it was. I just got you. So, sweet, Andreas. That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. All right, out we go to the prospector. And we are just air and halo mining again. We'll head back out there and keep our foot on the gas. See how we do on the old air and halo tonight. I mean, we might be able to you know, make $1 million out there tonight. So you never know. In we go. Now I should probably look to see if I have anything in this vehicle. You know, I don't. I probably should pop a couple of wave shifts in here. You know, I definitely should have those. I haven't gone out and looked for anything else. But I probably should have at least a couple of wave shifts. Maybe one of these in here. Those are the tractor beam attachments. Throw one of those in there and maybe one of those in there too. Never a bad idea to have a few extras. Maybe an extra Coda pistol and... throw a P4 in there as well, just in case I ever do need it. I don't have a ton of ammo, I don't think. Oh, I do have some P4 mags, so let's just drop those in there. P4 is not going to do me a whole lot of good without a few extra mags. I don't, you know, just it's kind of nice being able to have a little bit on your ship. So, Dave Davis asked me, did my Prospector get duplicated in 3.17? I actually own 2, Dave. The Pisces has gotten duplicated for me. I went from 1 to 7, he said. I have heard a lot of people saying that. Andreas says, I'm running the FLTRXL Brant for a little while now. Really works like a charm. It really does. I mean, Andreas, it's a pretty, I mean, it's a safe meta. You know, it's not a real aggressive one. I mean, you're definitely leaving some options on the table sometimes with not having, you know, the surges or whatever. But if you do happen to find a nice rock, it's, you know, it's a pretty easy cleanup, you know, as long as it's within your range. You know, its mass is within your range, and of course, with the wave shift, you can get out there to 6,500 or that type of thing. So, I mean, there's still quite a bit of rocks out there. Now, the cool thing is about the Air and Halo is 5122 is going to be the biggest thing we're ever going to find out there. Nothing to ever worry about. Drax says, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I 100% agree with that, Drac, and I probably should have already had those things on there. I've been crashing ships so much lately, I don't like losing that stuff. So that's some truth to that. Andrea says, I exclusively mine in the Halo, though. So no surges needed. Yeah, exactly. Andrea says, I got 10 Terrapins and 5 Pisces. It's so annoying. I know what you guys mean. I mean, I only have the extra Pisces right now. And it's just like, and that's kind of a... Now, I know some people that will have like, you know, like 25 of something or another. It's like, holy mackerel, you know. It takes up the whole, you know, like pages of ASOP. You know, so, they, you know, it's one of those things I'm sure they're aware. They need to get it fixed, so... So as people sneak on here, you know, I'm saying, I've been saying tonight, and as we're in flight here, we're headed back out to the Halo. I'm at like 995 or 996 subs. So if you happen to come along, do like and sub, please. I'm almost at 1,000. You could be the 1,000th sub. And of course, that would be awesome. But you know, I am asking. You guys know who watch the channel quite a bit. I hardly ever ask, but it's just like I'm so close. You know, now it's like, oh, that would be cool. So we're gonna drop out at 7.8 here, and we out. Good, perfect. You know, I do think that using this system that we're using, you definitely don't want to be in the thickest part. I think it's perfect to be in an area that's a little more sporadic. So then we're just going to turn off our quantum drive. We are going to then open up, well, before I open up the mining laser, let's turn up our, turn our speed up on our velocity meter a little bit. Then I'm going to hit M, and then I'm going to go ahead and give you a 180 scan. We're just going to go ahead and get some opportunities out there. And I just did a 180 scan. There's a few out there. And then we're going to kind of just focus in the angle, and we're just going to kind of get on those ones and just kind of see what we see. That's a M type right out there, so that's not one we're looking for. I'm pulling away from that one so we won't necessarily roll back that way. We'll pull back out here. Here's another 180 scan. All right, so we're once again closing the angle up. That's the M type there. That's an E type there. That's an E type there. That's an E type there. And this one here's a bridge too far. We got to get into it like within 12.2 or so. And that's a P type there. So 997. Yay! We're getting close, you guys. So that's awesome. Just posted the Steam link into my org. Thank you, Andreas. That's very kind of you. I'm so close, you know, and you know, just a little nudge. I appreciate that. That's very, very, that's awesome. So yeah. Anyways, so we're gonna set the angle back to 180. We're gonna, you know, keep popping, you know. Then we're gonna kind of close the angle. We got the mining head out. That's the big trick here. That's an E-type, right? I think we looked at these, right? There's an E-type. We just need to travel a little further. Now, there's a 12.7, so we know we haven't looked at that one yet. And there's one at 11-ish. So let's go ahead and we'll hit this one. That's an E-type. We are closing the distance here. You have to get within 12.2. There's Q-types right there. This is Q-type at 12 kilometers away in the air and halo. It looks like it's more than one rock. I can see icons. You know, I'm going to go ahead and set the scan back to 90 as I approach. I definitely don't want to approach. You don't want to be driving right at them when you approach, right? You want to kind of keep the opportunity marker off to the side a touch, and then just kind of bring them in. We know that these were Q types, and this happens to be a Q type cluster. So yeah, I mean, you can see the power of this beginning to kind of, I mean, you know, we would have had to have zigzagged over to this and looked at it before, right? So this is a Q-type cluster. It does look like they're going to be scannable rocks. I'm just kind of approaching at a safe range. And yeah, and we'll just start, you know, and you do have to, as you guys know, you do have to get in this is probably going to be a fairly nice rock, if I were to guess. It's a 5122 mass, so it's maximum mass. And I'm just want to get into a spot where, you know, you need to get in within 275. I have a feeling this is probably going to be a halfway decent rock. Just a 16%er, so not as good as I'd hoped. But no big deal. Got lots of other opportunities out there. This is a 4631 at 2%. That 16%er I'll keep in mind. This is going to be another 2%er. Finally made it back to ARC L1. Time to get out and to do this method. Yeah, man, for sure. 6% there. For sure. That's not going to... This is going to be... So I have 3 more to look at here. And so, let's see how we do. This one is not going to be great either. That's a 7%er. So 2 more to look at. 1 more to look at, because this is going to be a 2. That's a blue cap for sure. That's not good. 1 last rock. Uh-oh, could it be? Just a 9%er. Nope. Now, I always like to say, this isn't the first cluster I've driven away from, and it's not going to be the last cluster I drive away from. I mean, it happens, right? But the fact that we could see that cluster at 12,000 away is really kind of, you know, kind of earth-shattering, really. I mean, for the air and halo. So we'll crank the angle back down here. We'll take a look at what this is. That's more Q-types right ahead. So you can see at 11.4, more Q-types ahead. So, you know, once again, the power of this method is just, it's tough. Uh-oh, hold on, you guys. We got some folks here that I need to remove from the channel. I need to report for pornography. And then I think let's remove and report. I'm sorry about that, you guys. It's just one of those things. It's just the bots do find me from time to time, and I do remove them from the channel. Anyways, it does happen, and I appreciate you guys hanging in there. Oh, 1,000 subs did I make it, Blue Boy? Blue Boy, welcome to the channel, by the way. I was, was thinking, that was kind of the goal tonight, was to try and see if I could get to 1,000. Now I know that we looked at some P-types over this way before I actually, so let's go ahead and we'll just kind of keep doing a 90 scan and keep heading in this direction. There were some other rocks over this way, and I don't know if Hey, 1K, you guys! It's awesome. It really is awesome. I mean, you guys have been so good to me. It's a special time to be able to get, obviously I'm excited to get 1K. This is some, three Quantanium. Oh, I think these are M types, or yeah, there's some Q type. It's a single Q type right there. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. It's awesome. And so, cheers to that. 1,000 subs. When I started doing this a couple of months ago, I never dreamed I did 1,000. I mean, and it is, you guys have come, and this is an unscannable rock, by the way, I think. Well, it might help if I pulled out the laser. I'm totally wrong. I'm so excited, you guys. I'm over with my skis. Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you all so much. I mean, you guys have been wonderful, truly. And it has been just there's been so many good people that have come on and been so classy. I've really appreciated it and have contributed, and I mean, I couldn't begin to name all of you. There's just, obviously it's one of those things where, you just kind of, that you're blessed because people are so good. People have been very, very kind and fair. I haven't had a whole lot of people come on the channel and be disappointed or that type of thing. So, I've really just enjoyed it, and so thank you all so much. It means a ton to me. So, anyways, awesome. Let's go ahead and keep our foot on the gas here, right? So we found 2 Quantanium, 2 Q types at a very good distances. One was a Q type cluster. It didn't work out. That's an M type out there at this distance. Brianna Joyce says, congrats on 1K. Thank you, Brianna. Drax says, woo. Leos says, get the party favors out. Love that. And then Paul Ferguson was watching Starstream stream today, and I told him about your ship blowing up, and he rewatched the video or the stream so he can see what happened. Oh, and he wants to rewatch the video and the stream to see what happened. I think, Paul, if that was the last stream when my ship blew up, I think I landed that a touch hard on the deck. So if you go watch that again, it did damage my ship when I landed at it, and then when I got off the ship, it was kind of making that funny noise, it had gone. Like sometimes when you land the ship hard, it does. The Quantanium is I 30K'd you guys. The Quantanium is unstable, and that's what happens. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's what happens. And so, yeah, just a 30K, that's no big deal. We're going to go right back in. We're not, it's nothing's going to stop us, I think. Maybe something's going to stop us. Oh, I see. Hold on for a second. Let me go ahead and just, let me restart the game. So let me just do this. And let me quit, and I'll restart the game real quick, you guys. I'll relaunch it and get it rolling in just a sec. It's 1K, 30K, yeah, that's exactly right. Heading back into the game right now, so it won't be long. Paul Ferguson says, yeah, that's exactly what I told him. Yeah, Paul, I think that's what happened. Is I just kind of put it on the deck a little too hard. And so, one of the things I will say is if you go back and watch a lot of my streams, for the most part, I have pretty routine runs in and out. But I definitely was noticing, it was coming a touch hot. I really did, like today, I've been really cautious around the station. Want to make the right moves. I want to kind of show, to the best of my ability that if you make the right moves, that things do happen the way that they should happen. So I did hit a 30K here, no big deal. I'm reloading the game, and give me just a second. I'll have it right back on. Andrea says, I had to emergency jettison yesterday when my quant load wasn't happy with the kind of landing I did. Yeah, I didn't. What was weird, Andreas, is I didn't hear any alarm when I was inside the ship. You know, I didn't hear any alarm at all inside the ship. It's when I got outside the ship, I was running past it, and I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound good. It sounds like it's in distress. You know, so I had a choice to get back, but I thought I'm going to run down really quick, and I am going to try and get it stored. And when I was in the elevator on the way down, it went up. So, yeah, it happens. I mean, you know, it's one of those things. If you put her down on the pad a little too hard, it's not going to end well, you know. So, in we go. And we will go ahead and head back out to the Aaron Halo and make another run. That's for sure. I'll get a sip of water here while we go. And Leo says this is a coffee moment. Yep, exactly. I actually am you know, I loaded up on Java before, so I just grabbed a sip of water real quick there, Leos. But it is a Java moment for sure. Macedon, congrats, my brother. Thank you, Mass. You know, it has been it's awesome. I'm really happy that we made 1,000. It's you know, just it's a nice thing, you know. So I'm very happy about it, and I appreciate it, Mass, for sure. Down we go. Hit the lobby here, and we just kind of came out of a 30K, and we'll just kind of, this is how you handle a 30K, right? You just kind of, you dig in and you head right back on out there. That's what you do. So just more opportunities to kind of practice the scanning mechanics that are kind of working really well now in the Aaron Halo. Now, when you first log into a server, I don't know if you guys have noticed, it is a touch choppy. That's pretty normal for me anyways. You know, it does settle in. Just give it a sec or so. I will do a pre-flight on, you know, to make sure that we're looking okay on the on Prospector 2. Now, see, you can see it's probably going to be in Lyria, is what Andrea says. This kind of blows up. This kind of blow up is always somewhat time delayed, 10 to 30 seconds, depending on the state of the quant. The only way to maybe avert blowing it up would be to realize it early and impound it. Yeah, like, I was out of the ship, Andreas, by the time I realized, like, oh, that doesn't sound good. And I definitely, now, I should have here, look at it, says claim. So let's give it a second, okay? Let's just kind of give it a moment. What I want to know is if the 30K protection is going to kick in at some point here. We'll give it a little bit of time. It's still in claim. It's saying mining claim number 95SAN6. So let's just kind of give it a sec and see if it goes to retrieve. I can always take my other prospector. Let me just kind of prep that guy. We'll take the stealth prospector out. You know, no big deal. We'll just grab the other prospector and go out with that guy. So just so we know, I mean, I do have this other prospector kitted out. It's got all stealth components on it. Of course, I've got kind of a stealthy paint job on it. It's got no weapons on it, and it's got a brand. Here's what I need to do with this though. I only have an FLTR XL, an FLTR. I don't have an extra XL. I could go downstairs and get one. I won't even worry about it. We'll just throw on another brand for now and head out. And I do want to see if the 30K protection is going to kick in for that prospector. See how it's retrieved? It did. See how it was claim, and now it's gone to retrieve. That's kind of what I was waiting for. So now, when it's in retrieve, can I see it here? Or I think what I have to do is actually store it. I do. So let me do that. So I don't think I pulled out this other prospector yet. I didn't. Let me go ahead. I'm going to retrieve it and store it, and then I'll give it a pre-flight, and then we'll go from there. That's what I was kind of waiting for the 30K protection to kick in. Crunch says stealth prospector question mark. Yes, Crunch, I am doing some testing with stealth components to see if it actually decreases your bubble, your EM bubble, you know, that type of thing, to see if there's any benefit to it at all. I haven't gotten to all the testing yet that I want to do with it. So I haven't messed with it yet, but I'm going to be putting out a video about a stealth prospector build and whether or not it's, you know, worth investing in or not. So I'll store this guy now. All right. So the 30K protection kicked in. Let's go ahead and see how we're doing on the components for that thing. So we're going to go ahead and take a look now at Prospector 2. We know it's this one because it doesn't have the stealth component. So it's still got brands on there. So we didn't lose a thing. So we'll go ahead and pull Prospector 2 and head back out.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
All right, Prospector 2, here we
Vehicle
go.
selected. Stand by.
Andrea says, oh no, I thought 30K requires going on a rant on Reddit. Oh, heavens no. You know, and it's one of the I like having the second Prospector in case there is kind of some funny business going on. You know, it is nice to have that second option. Of course, you know me, the Prospector is my favorite ship in the game. Andrea says, thanks to the duplications, I had so many modules that I actually upgraded my components. Yeah, my stealth build is useless in Halo. Fair enough. I mean, you know, one of the other things that I want to do is I want to take and just, like, build a high hit point. Like, all of the components that have, like, the highest hit points. You know, maybe build a durable Prospector type thing. You know, so very, you know, very interesting thought as well. So, back out we go after the 30K. We've had 3 lovely runs in the air in Halo, and we're going to go back out there again. So, this new scanning thing in the air in Halo is making it much more viable. And we know, of course, Lyria is doing well. I will say, you guys, somebody mentioned to me on a chat today that Microtech, they said it has the Lyria meta, where if it's over 2 rocks, it has it's always Quantanium, and I don't know what the thing, you know, that would be kind of a change. I'm not saying that that person's wrong or whatever. I don't know. So, but it is something that somebody said to me today. It's kind of one of the cool things about being kind of, you know, doing a lot of mining and talking to you guys a lot, is we do have this kind of a lot of people come and kind of tell, you know, say, hey, did you know this or that? I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. Brianna Joy says that would be neat. Load it full of military components. Brianna, I agree. Right? There are these components that have the highest possible hit points. There's also one of the things I noticed, and I'll share this with you guys a little bit. Up we go. Right, we're headed towards. Let me just make sure I have the thing set right. We're headed back out to the air in Halo. I will pull out of Quantum around you know, 7.8 again, and we'll just kind of get back to work. But one of the things I want to share with you guys was an interesting thing that happened to me, right? So I set up that stealth Prospector, and I was out, and I found a 5700 mass rock. Now, 5700 mass rock, you can absolutely break with a Lancet. I've done it a lot, right? You know, as you can imagine, over the millions of times or whatever I've gone mining, I find 5800s all the time. You know, and I will tell you, the stealth Prospector, it took like twice as long, almost 3 times as long to get up to power. And so it made me wonder, you know, if you look at the power on this, I can't remember I think it's called the Spectre. I can't remember what the name of the Stealth A power plant is. You guys could look it up on Urkel if you want. It's got fairly low power. Like, it's got like 5400 power. And it did make me wonder if maybe I was starving the laser of power a little bit. And so with that thought, I was thinking, well, wonder if I just had a, you know, like I put in like the one that produces the most energy, you know, it has the highest amount of power. Would that actually help the laser, you know, type of thing? So, you know, we're going to start doing some testing with some different components for sure. And just kind of, you know, breaking out of that, you know, that rutted road that I stay on for the most part, you know, just because I think it is the safest. And just double checking to make sure there isn't some other meta out there that's good to go. Drax says, do you think you could build a ship that can survive me? No, probably not, Drax. Andreas says, having this meta on MC would be nice, but I really wouldn't want to mine there. Those winds are so terrible. Andreas, I agree with that 100%. So we're 7-8, boom. Beautiful. Perfect spot to drop out. Let's point back towards Arc L1. I agree with that 100%. The winds there really make it tedious to mine. So I probably wouldn't want to go over there and mine anyways, you know, if I'm honest. But it, you know, it is interesting. You know, it just does make me wonder if it is going to kind of be that way. So yeah, all right, we're getting kind of control here. So let's go ahead and we'll pull the mining laser out. And I will go ahead and we'll begin our scan here. All right, we have some opportunities out here. We'll go ahead and see what we got. There's Q-types right off the bat. How about that? You know, first First rock we scan, and it's Q-type. So, you know, we'll just kind of work our way over there and see what they are. So, you know, that's what I was saying. You know, it's so awesome, you know. If you know it's a Q-type, then obviously drive on in there and at least take a closer look at it, because it's, you know, could be the one. Ah, I think it's the Eclipse. That's the stealth one. Yeah, that sounds right. I think it's just a single rock here, you guys. This is a 5122, and it's not going to be a good percentage. This is not going to be a great rock. Two percenter. She's a blue cap. So, all right, let's kind of crank her down here. And what do we got here out here at 10.9? That's a P-type. And we'll keep on sailing. Nate says, good afternoon, Mr. Shores. Happy mining day to you. How are you, Nate? Nice to see you. How have you been, sir? Hope that you're doing well, that's for sure. Hey, all right, so out at 12.2, we'll kind of lock this guy down, and that's an E-type right there. 10.7, that's an E-type. 11.5, that's an E-type. 9.4, that's an M-type. What kind of 7.8 here, 7.6 in closing. That's a P-type. 11.1, that's an E-type. Crunch says midnight here. Thanks all. Thanks for the stream. Good night, Crunch. Thank you for joining, sir. I totally appreciate it. Brianna Joy says Microtech's wins are insanely strong. They are, Brianna. It's tedious to mine there. I think that's the best word I could use. Those are probably... We'll give them like another scan just to try and see if they can, you know... But those look like they're not going to... You know, they're probably not going to... You know, they're not going to be scannable rocks, right? So we'll crank down on them again, give them another hit. See how you're not getting a type? That tells me that they're probably unscannable. And, you know, I mean, just, you know, that's... I don't know that it's always that way, but I think that it probably is, you know, more than likely the way that it is. We'll just kind of, you know, I'll 90 them for a second, and we'll, you know, set the angle at 90, and we'll kind of go in there and look. But, you know, it's just, if you're not getting scan backs, you just kind of know that they're... See, they're just unscannables. That's what it is. That's just... So it's just, you don't need to approach them. Now, you know, they were kind of on my trajectory anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. You know, I wasn't going out of my way to look for them there. But just something to keep in mind. You know, if they don't give you a ping back of what they are, don't fly to them. I mean, you don't need to. You know, but you know, you do want to give them a couple of pings just in case the game's being kind of wonky. But if they're not going to give ping backs, then move on to the next ones. That's a P-type. At 11.8, that's a P-type. So we'll keep on cruising. Drax says, you're going to have to try this method on Lyria too. Lyria's a little different. You know, it's in good shape, Lyria, for the most part. I mean, you know, you can actually use kind of a scanning mechanic. You can't see... The way that it works on Lyria is you definitely cannot see... There's Q-type. We're going to approach that. Looks like it's a pair of a pair of them as well, at least. You know, you still are okay on Lyria, just based on the way that the scanning's working out now. I think that Red, the guy who's kind of Red Monster, the guy who kind of put out the video about this little method. Those are E-types up there, right? That's what noise is happening. I know these are actual. This is Q-types over here. So, you know, he said that, you know, the geography gets in the way, Drac, and so it doesn't work that well there. I accidentally dropped my gear.
Off. Mining mode on. Landing gear up.
All right. I dropped my gear and I pulled it back in. So let's go ahead and see what we got here. You do have to get a decent, you know, decently close to get your scan results. This is not going to be a good rock. That's a 2%er. And this is not going to be a good rock. This is a 2%er. And off we go. Draw a key there. Beautiful. 12.2 away. Let's go ahead and focus down. Boom. P-type. Keep moving. E-type. Alright, we'll keep moving. And we will move towards these guys here. Out there at 12.7. Alright, what do we got there? That is an M-type. And then we'll just kind of keep on looking over this way. Alright, we'll close that gap down. Boom. There's another P-type. And then we'll get a couple right on top of each other here. Hard to say. Q-type for sure. And so we'll head towards those Q-types and see how we do. That's E-type right there. Alright, let's keep moving in there. It's a 5122 and a 2%er. I don't know what these are over here. They're M-types. Okay, that's not going to cut it for us. What about this guy here? Another M-type. Oh, yeah, it's probably we're getting noise from the one that we're on. That's a lot of E-types down there. Or M-types. Kind of curious what's over here. Ah, it's a Q-type. There we go. 4931. Not going to be a great rock. It's just she's a bit too green in the gills there. It's probably going to be a 2%er if I had to guess. And it popped it one time. Yep, that's just a 2%er. So we'll let that rock slide. And we will keep moving here. Alright, there's a nice rock over there at 10.3. That's Q-types. Alright, we'll head towards those. While we're heading towards those, I'll kind of at least look over here. But now we'll just kind of stay on the Q-types. Pavs is saying, how did I get my modules? Thanks for coming to the channel, Pavs. I appreciate the question. You can still go to Dumpers Depot. Dumpers Depot on Port Alisar, for instance, has Lancets. It also has some of the mining gadgets. And some of the mining consumables. Also, Dumpers Depot on Area 18 has some of that stuff as well. So, Pavs, thank you for coming and asking. I appreciate that. I know it's one of those things where, with the mining terminals, with the terminals in the refineries not working good, people are, kind of a little over their skis, trying to figure out where that stuff is at. That's where you're going to find those things. Go to Dumpers Depot, and you can get modules there. You can look also Shubin Interstellar on Microtech has some Pavs as well. So yeah, hey, this is going to be a nice cluster, you guys. So let's go ahead and let's get our let's just kind of get in here tight and 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 rocks. And so we got to get in here. This is a nice Quantanium cluster. It's an 11%er. Yeah, Pavs, they're off for everybody. The mining kiosk, it's not just you, it's everybody. The mining kiosks are not lit up. They're not illuminated right now. They're black screens. And so it's not just you, sir. It is happening to everybody. And so if you go over to Dumpers Depot, you know, those ones are working. This could be a nice rock. Yeah, that's a 4638. That is a nice rock. So that's the best rock I've seen so far. There's 3 more to scan. This is a 4931 at 16. That's a 5122 and not a great percentage. And not a great percentage there. So this is a nice rock here at 38%. It seems like there was another one that's at 11 that had a decent percent. So there's a 27%er as well. So let me do this. I think I want to break both these rocks, you know, unfortunately, in order to get myself a nice clean uni. Andrea says, it's so nice that you can buy modules straight to your ship now. Yeah, it is nice that you can do that for sure. All right, so let's just kind of get a little situational awareness here. All right. Cool. Pav says, nice, thanks for the info, and that's a gorgeous rock. Thank you, Pavs. I appreciate that. You know, hey, man, we just broke 1,000 subs, man. If you like mining content, like and sub, my friend. Saying it tonight a little bit more than I normally do. So, now we're going to kind of, have to use a black space here a little bit to kind of get a little bit of contrast. We're gonna actually, here's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna scooch over this way. We're gonna break this rock first. I'm gonna break this one first, and then I'll break the other one. And that should be, we should be able to then get our choice between these 2 rocks and get a nice unicorn here. And if there's a chance to get a unicorn, you know, between the 2, then let's go ahead and do it. Beautiful. Beautiful rock here. This is just a 46 at 27%. The other rock is definitely close to a 40-40. You can see that was a pretty good lag spike there. Interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. She's cooking right up. Hopefully this will break nicely. Nate says, congrats on 1,000 subs. I hear those are the hardest to get. We'll see, Nate. I mean, it's been a, I started streaming, and I didn't stream that much. Like, for instance, I streamed 7 or 8 times in April, maybe 9 or 10 times in April. You know, I could only stream a couple nights a week, you know, busy guy with a family of 4, but it is funny. I've really decided, and I say it a lot, how much I enjoy it, how much fun you guys are to hang out with and to talk mining stuff. And I would, if I wasn't streaming mining, I would still be out here just mining. So, why not just stream and talk and have, and have a little community and chat with you guys and have a collective where we kind of all chat with each other and tell each other stories and really do speak to the theory crafting of mining, which is, really what's truly kind of in my heart. All right, so we're going to go ahead and see here. That, and so we'll see what we have to break. Now, that looks like it's going to be a 32%er. That looks like it's a 517, 57%er. Hold on just a second. I can hear a sad beagle out there that I'm going to ask my little guy to help us out. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Thanks for that. Sorry about the just a little delay there. So nothing in that rock there. We'll see what we have to break. Nothing in that rock for sure. Nothing in that rock. Probably going to be pretty nice in this one then, I would imagine. So there is a 93%er there. So we got a 93 and a 32. And I think that's going to cover most of what it is we're looking for. And then it's that guy, right? Yeah, that's going to be our better rock. So we're going to break, we'll break both these for sure. Because, you know, this is going to give us some hundos to pick from. And that's what we're going to be looking for sure. Oh, I really had kind of a lag spike there. She jumped up awful quick. Let me push this up in here for sure. Good. Now we got her nice and, you know, nice and dialed in. Public service and all that, absolutely. Drax says we give him an excuse to mine. He can tell his wife he's got to come out. So yeah, that's exactly right. You know, it is funny. I mean, my wife she's been really on board with the streaming thing. She thinks it's great. She likes listening, you know, and I really enjoy it. I mean, I really do love talking to you guys. It's fantastic. All right, that's our first break there. This is going to be our second break here. These are the only two we need to break on this rock, which is great. Kind of pushing this guy up now that's a lag spike. I can see, yeah, I can see it not doing anything for a second. See how I killed the laser, but it still jumped up into the bottom of the optimal? So yeah, that was just, I could see that was definitely a lag spike. And no big deal. I'm just fine. Dealing with lag spikes is just something you have to deal with in Star Citizen. I mean, it doesn't happen for a ton, but it does happen enough. I'm not playing games, I'm working. Yeah, that's exactly right. I've been able to... I am working. This is my second job. You know. You guys are on to me, for sure. It's so funny. All right, beautiful break there. And then let's go ahead and we'll just kind of slide over. Let's just double check our 3 o'clock position there. We'll go ahead and break this guy down. I want to get into an optimal range. Beautiful. We'll begin kind of breaking this guy down. And we know we have some hundos that were in that 93% rock over there. So we'll definitely scoop those. And yeah. Absolutely just super chill, super fun. Having a great time tonight, honestly. Had really 3 nice runs into the Halo. We were on another halfway decent something or another when we 30K'd. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we were chasing down some Q rocks. So, never do know. And certainly approaching 100 SCU in the hopper here. Maybe about 110 SCU if we do this right. It's pretty good money. Getting on close to $1 million or so made in the stream. It always makes me laugh here in Stanton, diamond is worth, just nothing. I mean, you find massive diamond rocks and they're worth nothing. And quick turnarounds in the Halo streamer luck. Yeah, it's exactly right. It's one of those things, Brianna. Obviously, like when you see this new way to scan, and you just want, and people have been so sad about the Halo. Now that jumped in there and she fell out again pretty quick. But yeah, people have been so sad about the Halo thing. It's like you just want to kind of run out there and say, "Look, guys, it actually works really well." All right, so here I have to kill my laser because it definitely, the lag spike kind of pushed it up in there a little bit. Now I'm starting to, it fell out. I don't want it to fall out a ton, but it did. So See if we're going to lose it all. It does look like we will. But she jumped up good there. Really kind of having a, you know... I'm actually rotating my mouse a lot more than what's happening on the screen. So it's definitely not... It's definitely a little behind, you know. A lot of times I'm kind of rotating it, and it's like I'm expecting it to do something, and it's not. And then it's falling back out again. We'll get there. No worries. This happens from time to time. It's just being a little bit touchy. Alright, we're starting to keeping an eye on it here. She's still up there pretty good. Oh, she's diving out. Spiking back up. You know, you just gotta kind of feather that mouse wheel back and forth. Yeah, beautiful. Alright, so let's see what we got here. That's gonna have nothing in it. That's no big deal. That's actually a good sign, you know, when the rocks in. That has nothing in it. So, nothing and nothing. What about that? That's 100% inert. So, it's just going to be these three down here. And we'll have to see how they're doing. Andre says Halo is amazing. Yeah, it's been very good to me today. That's 100%er. That's fantastic. What about this guy? That is going to be a, you know, 63%er. What about this? Has probably got to be another pretty decent rock then, I would imagine. An 82%er. So, is there one more back there? No, that's definitely a full-size one. So, we're gonna break these three down. I'll break the lowest percentage down first, and then we know we have some hundos in this other pile too. So we're just gonna try and pick over the best of these two and see how we do. You know, I think there's a good chance here that we could get a unicorn.
Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical.
Sloppy there. I looked over at the chat for a second. Yeah, the rock is definitely keeping me honest. That's for sure, Drax caught on to a few of mine. I do have a few sayings, that's for sure. Guilty as charged. Alright, so that's good. We'll go ahead and break this guy down next. This nice, juicy hundo. Push, push, push. Not quite that much. Good. We definitely got that thing in there before the 30-second mark, and so we should be able to break this up with this charge as well. Beautiful. Got that guy broke. One more break, and then we're going to be scooping here. Looking good for sure. Oh boy. Here we go again, you guys. Remove. Hold on. Put user in timeout. Hold on. Sorry. Report for pornography. Report. And I did fall out of there. We'll go ahead and just crank it back up. And that's the real trick, right? It's learning how to Learning how to mine, keep the Quantanium safe at the same time you're banning the bots. Ultras, I'm just getting back to the stream and heard what you said. I'm 1 hour behind, but yep, I'm sub. Thank you. That's awesome, sir. All right, so we've got these hundos over here. Let's start with these. There's a hundo. Let's just kind of, try and stay as honest as we can with the lasers here, right? Kind of make sure that we're scanning every rock, making sure that we're real good. We know this was see how that was a 43, so it didn't jump the gun there. That's fine. There's a hundo. We're gonna pull that guy in. Boom. Now, let's go ahead and see how this broke over here. This one wasn't as clean. That's nothing there. That's a good sign. There's a hundo right there, and that's a nice size. It's over 4 SCU, 4.5 SCU right there. Alright, that's going to be nothing. What's this guy here? That's a hundo. We'll grab that guy. Awesome. This guy here's a 177. 94%er, so, not quite what we're looking for yet. There's a hundo. We'll grab that. We're crossing 20 SCU. We're darn close to it. What about this guy here? 176. Hundo. Beautiful. So we're pulling that guy on board. Alright, now we're going to come over here and focus on this one rock, right? One of them was, this top rock, I think, was a 93%er. So we have to be, keep an eye on it here. One of them in here won't be pure, but the other ones will be. So we're at 24 SCU, 25 SCU in climbing. We hit 27 SCU, so we're in really good shape here. We definitely could get a unicorn here. It's an 81. Glad we didn't pull the trigger on it. There's a hundo. Alright, that's going to be real close. Is it going to get us there? Full 32 SCU. That's exactly what we're looking for. I am going to go ahead and let me get a little bit of spatial. Just kind of... Yeah. Okay, right behind... Just directly backing up looks fine. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, we're going to pivot towards Arc L1. That was a nice cluster of Quantanium rocks. We're just going to go ahead and spool up the quantum drive and off we go. So yeah, that's awesome. Nicely done. Ultra says, ever get any large enough to warrant gadget use? Absolutely. No, not in the Halo though, Ultra, no. The Halo, the largest rock you're going to run into is 5122. It's like an arbitrary number. I don't exactly know why it is. But 5122 mass is the largest rock you're going to run into in the Halo. And you don't even need anything better than a Lancet. So, it's one of those things. It's just... You don't need it, It's just... So... yeah. Now, if you're doing a rented prospector, you might, there might be a use case for a mining gadget in the Halo. David Crouch says, I have been mining for a long time, but I'm learning more from you right now. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. It's always, yeah, I mean, we all kind of teach each other here. That's the beauty of it, right? And, I'm sure there will be times when you come and say, hey, Shorts, man. Hey, Space Shorts, it's this or it's that, or hey, V, it's this or it's that, and I'll learn from you, David. So, it's one of the things I really like about the channel, for sure. So yeah, all right, into the Arc L1 we go. We're gonna bring this unicorn in. We started the night with a uni, then we had a 31 and a 29, and we have another uni. Yeah, David Crouch says yes. That is awesome, sir. Second uni of the night. Absolutely nothing to be ashamed of there. That's solid. We're going to bring this into Arc L1. We're going to set this guy down, and we're going to run in and throw this guy in the hopper and see where we're at. So appreciate that, David, for sure. It's been a great night so far. I mean, knowing now that you have this scanning mechanic that works in the Iron Halo is really cool. Sometimes it's nice to just go out to the Iron Halo. You have the anonymity factor. The fact now that you can kind of, at a distance of 12 or 30, kilometers plus away, see that it's Quantanium before you kind of head in its general direction is really, really a big game changer. And so you gotta love it. Ultra says, I do wish YouTube Shorts would be shared like regular YouTube. Can be shared while in the app. I wonder if that holds the creators back. I started out doing some shorts myself, Ultra. For a while there, for whatever reason, if you made shorts, they would take, YouTube would just kind of promote them and they take off a little bit. And so I decided to kind of, I didn't like shooting in that, that particular, resolution. It's kind of a funny resolution. I think it's not 1920 by 1080, it's 1080 by 19, but something like that. It's like a weird resolution, right? So I didn't do it that much. I did a few shorts, and I do shorts now and then. But I think when I get Adobe Premiere, I might kind of do some more of them. You know what I mean, type of thing, and get that stuff squared away. Ace Hambone, good night. Hey, Ace, how you been, man? Sunday night when we're out here doing a little bit of mining in the Iron Halo for sure. So, all right, we're gonna go ahead and contact. And when we contact, we drop our gear and throw our VTOLs down. Giving me a landing place, and so we're just gonna kind of ease it on in and set her down. Brianna Joyce says, have you noticed items going missing from your backpack on login? I've lost 2 helmets now from mine. I will say I had in my backpacks, Brianna, a lot of nice, the different colored pyro multi-tools, like the Ghost one and the ones that are kind of whitish, and all, 14 very graciously gave me a bunch of those that I had put in a backpack, and they all disappeared. It broke my heart. I haven't, if 14's around, I haven't told them yet. It's like, I put them in a backpack, and I know what backpack they were in, and I went and, I went to go get one out, and I'm like, because I was just kind of keeping them in that one spot, and they were gone. I was like, no. That, it really kind of, it made me sad, because I know he collects those for me now and then, and I really appreciate that he does that, because I really like those things. Murloc says, lots of inventory issues this patch. Yes, absolutely, you guys. I mean, we're just going to kind of set her down on the pad nice and easy. Good. And we'll do a post-flight here.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
We haven't even heard first alarm yet, so we're in really good shape.
Engines off.
David Crouch says, yes, 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 and money, yes. Yeah. I have heard people have lost, their AUEC as well, and that's tough. I don't, you don't like to hear or see that at all. It's so funny because I do look at mine now and then and make sure it's all still there. Just because people have been saying that for sure. Yeah, awesome. Andrea says, I just logged on because I didn't find any Q-types at all. Log back in right in front of a 5122 at 38%. So you bed logged, Andreas, and just kind of woke back up, and you just kind of one spawned in front of you, eh? That's awesome. David Crouch says, I hear you, David, for sure. I mean, that's terrible.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
So did you lose all of your money, David? Is that what happened?
Please visit us.
Freelancer says, if stuff goes missing, usually logging back in has a chance to let the database and server catch up and display it again. David says, it took all my AUEC. Sorry to hear that, David. That's not cool at all. Andrea says, one ping, and there it was, less than 500 meters away. That's awesome. For sure. David, I'm sorry to hear that. If you tell me your in-game name, I'll definitely send you 100,000 and let you at least get you back on your feet again, I hope. Happy to do it. Make sure you have at least some gas money there and maybe a little rental money. Hey, all right. Never run into the black, you know. If it's one of those situations. Brandon Joyce says, a freelancer, I'll give it a shot. It also spawned me at the wrong location. Yeah, I have heard where somebody mentioned that they lost some things in their inventory. Dave64. Let's see if we can figure. Let's see how we do on that on Dave64. Hold on just a second. I hit the wrong button. Let's go ahead and see if we can kind of comlink.
Katoma, please report to management as soon as possible. Katoma to management.
Sure. Manning myself to friends. Oh, let's see here, Dave. I don't know if there's a way for me to invite you. I will look on Spectrum right after the stream, David, and see if I can help with that. Or if you want to send me an invite, it's V_V_V, just like you see there, 3V, V_V_V. And, you know, once you send me an invite, if I notice it as Dave64, I'll send you the money. Set up work order. All right, we got some Quantanium in here. Dynex Solvenation. Let's go ahead and get that quote. Another uni in the bank right there. Andreas, thank you very much. Andreas has also graciously sent you 100K, David. So, you know, Andreas, how did you find... were you on the menus? I don't know how to find him, and I don't know how to do a friend. Maybe I could do it on Spectrum. Hold on a second. Let me try that. Let me click here. Let me go do a search. Oh, hold on. Here, I'll go add a friend, Dave64. Ah, Dave, I sent you a friend request. There we go. So, Dave, if you let me know when you've accepted VVV's friend request, and then I will send you a little money too. Oh, not online. Okay, let's see if I can just go to the MO Trader. Then we'll just kind of do this, right? Dave64. At Dave64, boom, 100 grand. There you are, sir. Yeah, man, it's it's always tough. You know, I always hate to hear that. You know that happens. So we took care of our work order, right? Yep. So we've got a bunch of Quantanium cooking in the hopper. Dave says, hold on.
Hey, back again, I see.
Uh-oh, there was a Dave 643. Don't tell me it was him.
See anything you like?
I'd seen that there was two Daves in there. One of them was 64, and one of them was Dave 643. So I hope that you... Nate also sent you 100,000. You are just styling, David. So you're back on your feet. There's 300 grand, man. That quick in the mining channel. Thanks, guys. That's very kind of you guys.
Finding everything all right?
That's awesome. I love it. You always hate to hear about somebody who just maybe is, can't even, just lost everything type of thing, And so I appreciate that you guys did that. That's really cool. So we got our eat on and our drink on right there. Drax says, you got enough cooking. You're going to need a fleet to haul it to the market. Yeah, I got a lot cooking there. You're right. I got 7 of them cooking in there. And, and happy to have it. You know what I mean? It's great. David, you're just no problem, man. I mean, thanks for joining and being part of the, being part of the mining stream. And I hope that you do like and sub and, or have liked and subbed and come back and hang out anytime and ask any questions. We're always happy to help. And I like talking about anything Star Citizen. It doesn't have to just be mining, you guys. I mean, I talk about anything. I'm not always super knowledgeable about all the different things, but I certainly do enjoy talking about them. So, let me do this. I'm just going to do this one thing. Very nice. Hold on one sec. I just want to set this one thing again. Boom. All right, looking good. You guys, it's been a good stream so far. We've done really well. Now, I can head back out to the Halo one more time, and I'm happy to do it. Or we could hit Lyria too. I mean, I've done 4 or 5 Halo runs tonight. I'm feeling really good about those. However we want to do it, I am totally open. Let me just go ahead and make sure we're doing good. I do have a Brant on board and a Brant on board and an FLTR XL on board. And we have just had some awesome runs out to the Halo. We'll just go back out to the Halo. I mean, we'll make it a Halo night. You know, we've done nothing but just tore it up out there. So why not just head back and see how we do. Terry says, thanks for sharing. No problem, Terry. Terry, welcome to the channel. How are you, sir? Ace Hambone says, no need to take it to the refinery. I'll just meet up with my expanse. Oh, wait, not yet. Oh, yeah, I know, Ace. Isn't that cool? Gravedigger says, you're not going to believe the Motherlode cluster a friend of mine mined off Lyria yesterday. 6 trips to the refinery, 5 unicorns, plus a half a load between us. Gravedigger, that is an awesome story. That's super cool. Kane Ransom says, hi, Spade Sorts. I call you SS for short. How's the Halo been? Trying any new scanning techniques? I did, Kane. We've been trying the new Aaron Halo scanning techniques. We're up to 12 kilometers away. You can tell what type of rocket is with the mining laser and angling the scanner a little bit. And it has worked magnificently tonight. Brianna Joy says, sorry, a little late. There's 100K at David Crouch. Brianna Joy, thank you so much. That's kind, David. That's 400,000 that the guys have given you and the gals have given you tonight. So I hope that gets you on your feet, sir. Dracona says, think I'm going to fire up Elite Dangerous, load up my Anaconda, and go play some Hazreds for a bit of bounty hunting. Fair enough. You know what, Drac? I know that's your jam. And probably a little easier on your system. You know, I really look forward to that one day, Drac, when you make some of those upgrades and feel a little more comfortable. I'm certainly glad you've been able to do the free fly though. I think that's great, and obviously it's a bit of a slideshow sometimes getting out of the landing zones, but once you kind of get out into space, it can be a little easier on your system as well. So. All right, let's just double check that we're doing okay out here. We're going to head right back out to the Aaron Halo. We've had 4 fantastic runs out to the Halo. 2 of them were unicorns, and 2 of them were high 20s. Well, one was a 31, actually, and the other one was like a 28-ish, I think. So why not? The Aaron Halo's been great to us. We're going to definitely go out there and do at least one more run. Pull the gear up. We're going to spool up. We're going to pull out at 7.7. Let's just double check to make sure that we've got the right place. Let's clear our route.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Hold on. HURL15. There we go. And I'll just go ahead and put the quantum drive on, and we will just kind of head out there, you guys. Drac says, I'll be listening to the stream. Thank you, Drac. I appreciate that. Yep, we're going to head out there one more time, and we are going to try out these new scanning mechanics again. It's been fantastic. Of course, we know the Lyria scanning's in really good shape. I mean, once you kind of get used to it, and it's really good now that there's some way that you can at least see what types of rocks are out there in the air and halo at up to 12 kilometers away, and at least know the types, so you don't have to approach the rocks without knowing what they are. So it's a beautiful thing. So at 7.8, we'll drop out of here at HORL 5, and we will then just go ahead and set ARC-L1 as our destination and begin looking out here again. So I think, you know, when we run this last load in, I think we will have hit easily. I'm pretty confident that we will have hit 1 million AUEC in our stream tonight. So, you know, not bad whenever you can, you know, get on and stream for a few hours and make 1 million space bucks. So, you know, we'll have to see how this one goes. It's no guarantee. Anything over 15 SCU we normally mine, just to keep the mining gods happy. And so we'll do it again here. So we're closing in on it. We're going to drop once again out at 7.8. And so we're getting there. 8.9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 7, 8, boom. Beautiful. Exactly the kind of... This is the density you're looking for with this scanning meta for sure. It's not... The densest meta is probably not exactly what you're looking for. It's a little bit cleaner when you have a slightly... You know, slightly less rock. So it's still a pretty dense part of the... Alright, so here I'm gonna go ahead and turn up my speed to, you know, a little bit over. And then we were gonna pull out the mining laser, and then I'm gonna just kind of give myself my first 180 scan. I have opportunities out there. Oops, I don't have a free... Alright, so now we're gonna kind of turn in the scan angle, boom. Let's see here. That one's not giving me any results, so that's probably not a scannable rock. That's an M type. Here's 11.6. Oh, there's a P type. Hold on. I clicked out of the game for a minute. That happens sometimes. Right there is a... Alright. That's not a scannable. I could see it made an icon. That's 12.4, so that one's a P type. Okay, it's out there a ways. And we're going to keep on heading in. So... Gravedigger says, important tip, the pad elevators on CRUL1 have eaten me twice and sucked me into space after landing my ship. If this happens, log the menu ASAP and your ship will be stored safely and load intact. That's a very good tip, Grave, for sure. Thank you for mentioning that, and we will, you know, it's an important tip. The elevators have been very, very deadly lately. So we're 13.2 there. Kane says, congrats on 1K sub. Thank you very much, Kane. I really do appreciate that. I just hit that tonight, and I'm really excited about it. So, yeah, we're looking at rocks here, you know, different types, and just seeing if we can, you know, we're getting a little bit of noise here. Did I crank this guy down right? Not seeing a whole lot there, which is no problem, but it'll get up right here. We've had nothing but good luck with the scanning mechanic tonight. This one is 12. You know, there's an opportunity out there at 8. We'll kind of close in on that. That's a P type. There was this, you know, you have to get within 12.2 for it to work. I pinged that one out there. That's a P type. So yeah, this is kind of how it's going. Ah, the road to 2K begins. That's right, Andreas. I like where your head's at. That's awesome. You know, as long as it's, you know, the one beautiful thing is as long as it's people just like you, right? I mean, that's the thing, right? I really want to, you know, I like being able to talk to you guys, you know, I do, and I think that's an important thing. And so as long as it's people just like you, then, you know, I'll be blessed. You know, that is the truth. So, all right, this is still a touch out there too far. We're going to close on that. You got to be within 12.2 or you know, that type. But it's no guarantee that, you know, if they flash, right, if you're getting diamond icon flashes and you're getting nothing, they're unscannable rocks. So just keep moving. That's what I found for sure. So we'll crank this guy back out to 180. We'll keep moving. Brianna Joy says, it's been good. Got a couple loads in as well. Make prospecting so much quicker. It is. I mean, you know, it's obviously, you know, whenever these scanning mechanics, you know, work in a way where you can, you know, kind of leverage them, it's fantastic. Oh, the new scanning method. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Kane. This scanning method is really good. Amos, how are you, Amos? Nice to see you, sir. We're out here practicing kind of the new scanning method. You know, in Halo, and Amos, we've been out, had 2 unicorn runs, 131 and 1 high 20. So we've had a really profitable night tonight, sir. Good to see you, Amos. How have you been? So we'll keep on looking here. Obviously, I think we've seen this one already, but we'll keep an eye on this. That's a P-type, yep. And so we're just going to keep cruising. That is an M-type. What type is that right there? That's an M-type. Gravedigger says, I just did the math. I got 2.1 million today from mining in the Halo so far. Gravedigger, that is a lovely day, sir. That is a truly lovely day. Amos says, good as always. How are you? Really good. Thank you very much, Amos, for asking. I'm doing really well, sir. And this is, you know, we're out here just kind of working on the new the scanning method here. Just you can kind of check the types as you kind of blow, you know, kind of blow through town here, and so it's kind of nice. All right, there's 11.4. That's great. You know, we're just keeping moving. That's an M type. There's one out here at 12 as well. Let's look at this guy. That's probably not going to be a scannable rock. Where does it display P or M type? Great question, A. So look at the left part, or pardon me, the right side of the UI under scan results. Asteroid type, M type. See it there? That's where, and so that's the beauty of it here. So let's talk about this. Ace, if you haven't caught how this works, right? So here I'm starting out with a 180 degree scan, right? So I start out with a 180 degree scan. You see there's a 12 point. Now I'm going to close the angle down because of the distance to 2. And I am going to scan that. Look at there's Q types. As a matter of fact, that's a cluster. If you look, that's a Q-type cluster out there. You can see lots of diamond icons flashed at me, and they said Q-type. So now I know, and that's, hey, I mean, it's just, Scott, I got lucky on this one. Now I know to fly over this way. I'm going to keep the laser out, you know, but that is a Q-type cluster at 12 kilometers away, you know, and a blessed, you know, a blessed Quantanium. It is. So we'll just kind of keep heading over this way. You know, and then you can always roll back to 90 to kind of keep the cluster in front of you if you want. There's a lot of rocks over here, though. So, yeah, I mean, you can see we're getting rock icons at over, you know, at some distances as well, which is great. And we're just going to roll on up here and take a look at these guys. We're going to pull out the mining laser. Now, you still got to get within 300 meters or so to get yourself some scan results. All right, here's the first of this cluster here. That is a 4%er, not a great rock. 4931 mass, that's a 2%er, not a great rock. Still 4 more to scan in this. 2%er. Getting our results in here. 2%er. Oh, that's why we're not getting. I was wondering why we weren't getting the. Yeah, that's not going to be a great rock, and that's not going to be a great rock. Well, none of these turned out to be anything, which is no big deal. I mean, obviously we drive away from clusters all the time, right? So, but it is what it is. That was a cluster of Quantanium that we seen at 12 away with this scanning, you know, method. And hey, I mean, you can't it's great. I mean, so there again, it's a 180 scan. Then you kind of just close the thing down on the opportunity markers. That's another Q type right in front of me. So we'll move on. Single rock, it looks like. I think it's just a single, and it's not a... You could see, because based on the... Well, there might be more than one there, actually. There's actually a couple of them there. It looks like, now that I'm approaching them. Interesting. Yeah, another cluster. Hey, a couple of back-to-back clusters. Welcome aboard. Let's go. I'll take it. All right, that's definitely not a good, we're not going to get a good percentage out of that one. There's a guide. Is there a guide to the new way of scanning? No, I'm just kind of showing it off. Oh, that's not true, Amos. If you go look for Red Monster Gaming, he's the guy who put out a video about this yesterday. And it's Red Monster Gaming SC. By the way, he does such good stuff. That guy, he really does an impressive job. But yeah, Red Monster Gaming is where I kind of picked this up at. And so, I keep an eye on Red Monster. I mean, he's got some excellent guides. Super cool channel. I mean, they do an enviable job in the most respectful sense. So yeah, you can go check out his guide for sure. But it's basically, I think I'm kind of doing a lot of kind of what they were saying here is just kind of, so you get your 180 scan and then you kind of close it in. There's an E-type. That's an E-type cluster. Gravedigger says Red Monster has a guide. Yep, absolutely. Red Monster is where you'd get the guide, for sure. Oh yeah, Amos says I saw that guy. I bet you did. I mean, he's definitely got some great videos. Does a great job. So I'm not getting anything there, and sometimes I have something kind of right out directly in front of you. It does kind of block the noise a little bit. That's a P-type. That's an E-type. Probably an unscannable if you give it a couple pings and you don't get anything. Kane says, do you know if it works the same on the mole? Well, Kane, the one thing I will say, according to Red Monster, it does work on the mole. Of course, remember the mole right now is in a bad spot where the extraction laser is not working. So you can't extract on the mole. It's kind of a known issue just right now. But the way it doesn't work exactly the same in the mole as you can imagine, because when you're flying around, you're not actually at the helm. You're not at, you have, part of this is you have to have the mining laser open, right? There's Q types. 2 of them right there. I'm going to head towards them. So you're kind of using the combination of having the mining laser out as well as using the pings and the scanning angle, Kane. And so it doesn't work that well. So Balios is like, thank you. You see what? Yeah, thank you. Balios, I'm so glad you joined tonight. Yeah, man, this is it's a joy to when you kind of witness this and you kind of know what it means. Yeah, I know. I felt exactly like you did. So. Balios is saying, I thought it was just your mole. No, Balios, it's in the issue council for sure. Colton Yoder, how are you doing, Colton? Nice to see you. And no, it's in the issue council right now. The extraction part of the mole's not working. So, Kane, to kind of get back to your question, which is a really good one, right, is it can be done, but you have to have somebody down in the laser as you go along, right? And that's, not, obviously, so it definitely can't be done solo moling. Belios is like, I've been going nuts for the last 2 days. I'm sorry to hear that, Belios. Yeah, it's a known issue with the issue council. I would suggest going to the issue council, Balios, and make sure that you contribute to it. Because if you've been experiencing it for a couple of days, make sure that you let them know. It's like, hey, you have firsthand knowledge of it, so just make sure. Those are Q types right there. We're going to head towards them. But yeah, you have firsthand knowledge of it, Balios. I would definitely go hit up the issue council and make sure you kind of, Kane says, I had that issue. I took off the module that extracts faster and put on a C3 instead. And now I can fill my cargo. Oh, that's interesting. Now I wonder if there is some kind of a modification or a switch that fixes it. You know, I don't know. And if you check out the issue console, maybe there is a workaround for it, for sure, Belios. You know, that maybe some, because people do try things. I bet you, you know, it very well could be that that people do you know some workarounds for that issue. So make sure that you do, you know, check that out. Hey Belios, we broke 1,000 subs today too, man. You know, I know you've been around for a while, so I thought I'd mention it to you. It's kind of cool. Oh, what is this? That's a P-type, and here I've got, you know, right in front of me I've got Q-types, and I'm messing around. All right, a couple of Q-types. So let's go over here and take a look. The new scanning does work in the mold. That's awesome. Solid device. We'll check out the issue console and Kane's testing. That's fantastic. Maybe a bug with extraction modules and a helix laser. That's a good possibility. Belly says, dude, congrats. That's great. 14, how you doing, man? Yeah, we hit 1K, brother. How about that, man? Isn't that something? That's something cool. Pretty happy about that, you know. I mean, it's just kind of nice. You know, this could be, yeah, we'll have to see. This could be like a 12 or a 13% or two. We'll have to look here, you guys. You never do know. Yep, a 9%er. So not a great rock. And we'll just kind of keep moving. So once again, we'll just kind of reset to the 180 scan. Kind of begin moving along. We'll ping out. When we have opportunity markers at distance, we're going to go ahead and just turn the angle in significantly on, you know, and then we're just going to go ahead and ping those. That's a P-type at a, you know, at 12.6, you know, we got to get within 12.2. We'll ping out at 12.2. That's an M-type. 8.6 here. No response back usually means that you give it a second ping. It's unscannable. That's an M-type right there. So we're just going to keep on moving. Hey, Starstreams, how are you? It's nice to see you, sir. What's happening this evening? And so, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and we'll go back to 180 ping. Oh, my stars in heaven, you guys. I got the bots of going. Hold on. Let me just kind of remove. And let me kind of report. And let me kind of just put user in timeout. And I know 14, you're probably doing the same thing. I appreciate it. Hide user on channel. Yeah, and so, yeah, we're testing some of the new scanning mechanics, you know, over this way. So, are not new, but Red Monster kind of put out a video about this, and it's really kind of nice in the Iron Halo. So, we're just pinging out here, and then we're closing down the angle at 11.8 with the mining head out. It's going to say that is an M type. We're looking for Q types. That is a Q type right there, 10.7 away. Q type. So we're going to go and we're going to, you know, now we're going to turn the laser. We're going to turn the angle back to about 90 and just keep that one out in front of us and just kind of ping on our way in. That way it'll give us some rock icons and, you know, and kind of keep us honest as we approach. Ace Ambo says, thank God I started to think everyone here was messing with me. No, Ace, we wouldn't do that, Ace. Come on, man. It's awesome. And Streams, what are you up to today, man? How's it going? It's awesome. Hey, this looks like a couple of rocks over here. What's this one? That's a Q-type. I think those are Q-types as well. Hey, all right. So what do we got here? Let's take a look at this guy. This is a 4139 mass. It's a 22%er. Not a bad rock, but we got a couple other opportunities to scan over this way. So let's do it. Definitely don't want to fly right at him. Kind of, you know, fly next to him. Whatever you do, don't fly right at him. You know, 12%er. Yep, that isn't going to cut it for us. And what about this guy? This 5122. That's not a great rock. So we'll keep on moving. The 22%er back there wasn't bad. I mean, that probably breaks the meta a little. You know, normally I would stop and mine that, but you know, like I said, I think we're out here doing a little bit of kind of scanning practice, and no reason not to do it. So with that, at that distance, 10.7, we're going to crank that down. You can see that's a P-type. At 11.5 out, we're going to ping this guy. That's a P-type. Starstream's just been doing some rock mining, tried sciencing some of the moons. Oh, awesome. M-type for sure. Bellio says your org is mostly military. Yes. Does anyone stream? I have some questions about changing weapons on my connies. You know what? 14 is on here, Bellios, and he may be able to answer your questions. He absolutely knows quite a bit about that side of things. And so ask away. You know, feel free to ask away. If Mr. Azai is on here, he may know the answer, and there's a good chance he would know the answer in a lot of cases. Now, if you give them a ping and they don't kind of give you any scan results back or anything, here's some more Q types. We're going to go in and look at these. Those are going to be unscannable rocks, so you know they're unscannable. So Starstreams, what do you mean you tried sciencing the moons? What does that mean exactly? I started thinking about what that meant in my head, and I was like, This looks like this is going to be a small cluster of 5. And so we got the laser out. Got some opportunities to scan here for sure. Cool. Didn't want to cross the streams. Bellios, I see what you did there. You're not, Bellios. I want you to be able to come to the stream and ask any question. And, you know, I may not be able to answer it, but I'll be. Do I sound like Looney Tunes all of a sudden? It's ridiculous. But you know, I always want you to come in and ask it. Gravedigger says, I run 4 Aminskis on cannons on gimbals for my Connie. Yeah, it's not a bad choice. I mean, 5122 at 2%. 5122, this is not going to be a great rock. 2%, another blue cap. Billy says, change weapons on the Taurus, 2 M6As, 2 M7As. I think can't get them to fire. They are on the same channel. Oh, interesting. Pretty sure I have enough power. Yeah, definitely a cluster we have to drive away from here, you guys. Nothing in here worth mining. We'll go ahead and reset it back to the to 180 degrees and keep pushing forward. That is interesting. So, you know, I'm giving this guy 2 pings here. David Crouch says online and sold some things. That's awesome, David. I'm glad to hear that you made it online. There's another Q-type. We're headed just for that Q-type right there. I'll kind of look at this guy while I'm flying towards that Q-type. And I'm not getting a ping back there, so no problem. We'll just kind of roll back to 90 and keep this guy out in front of us. This was a Q-type here. And we'll fly towards it. So David came on earlier and said that the game got him. It took all of his AUEC, and so very graciously, some of the miners here sent David. I think we sent you 400,000 or 500,000. So that should get you on your feet, David. That is awesome, and I really appreciate it. All of you who contributed. Yeah, I've never heard that is a weird one. I don't know that I've heard of that happening for sure. You know, obviously try powering the weapons. You know, yeah, I would definitely make sure that they were on. For, you know, make sure that they looked on and that type of thing. Those are 2 not great. Go ahead and close this down here. At this distance? This was a not getting a hit marker there. What about over here? And roll this back out to a 180. Collapse it back down again. Couple more Q-types. Thank you, mate. I'll keep poking around. Thought maybe I didn't have enough power. Yeah, I don't know, Bellios. That is a weird one for sure. I definitely would look in the power settings and make sure that it does look like everything is copacetic in that capacity. Q-types are right out in front of me. We'll keep heading in on those. That could be a nice rock. We'll have to see. It's a 5122. It almost looks like there's just the 2 there. 4931, not a great rock there. That's going to be a blue cap for sure. But this one here may be a decent rock. We'll have to look. 5122 at 33%. This is a nice rock. Starstream says moon science equals flying to random unpopular locations to see if Hadnite clusters have sneaked on in the new patch. Very smart idea, Streams, for sure. Sometimes just kind of getting out of your, you know, the pattern that you do and just going and looking at other things is never a bad idea. Kane is asking Belios, are they powering up and charging up the ammo? You know, that's an excellent question. Are you getting an ammo count on them? But we're going to mine this rock. This is a 5133. So, you know, if you 3 times 5 is 15, there's 30, plus you have that other 3% in there over 5. So there's over 30 SCU in this rock. So let's go. We'll cross our fingers. We may not get a uni here, but you know what? We're just going to mine it nonetheless. So, Spearhead 1011 says, how is QuantCalc coming along for iOS? Excellent question, Spearhead. This week I am off. It's, you know, it's kind of fun. One of the things is the guy who developed QuantCalc, he asked for me to kind of put together a checklist of things that need to get done in order to move it to iOS, and it definitely has been on me the last couple weeks. I am off this week of work, and that is one of the things on my bucket list. So I do hope to get that to him by the end of the week. So it's still on the radar, Spearhead, for sure. QuantCalc is coming to iOS. It's been some work that I need to do to help kind of proliferate that and push it along. And that work is going to get done this week. So thank you for asking, Spearhead, for sure. And as soon as it's available in iOS, I'll be letting you know for sure. Kane Ransom says, hit the P key to power them on and off. Yep, that's for sure. I need to look at it more, Kane. Thank you for the suggestion. All right, we'll try that. Thanks, mate. Awesome, Belios. Kane Ransom says, I watched some of Star's streams. He liked Magda, and Damar was not happy. Fair enough. Obi-John Kenobi, how are you, Obi-John? Nice to see you, sir. I think it's always good to kind of, you know, like, I mostly Lyria mine, you guys, and tonight I've just kind of been out at the Halo. It's kind of nice just to do different things, for sure, and you know I have some hand mining in my future when the caves get a little less scary, and some ROC mining, not to steal from Stream's thunder at all, not that I could anyways, you know, but I definitely will have some ROC mining at some point, you know, with the Nomad, you know, that will happen, you know, so awesome. All right, so we're getting into it here. 1.70 instability over that mass. It should be fairly manageable. You know, I shouldn't have to. I mean, it may fall out of there again. It is Quantanium at 33%. It looks like it actually kind of is doing okay. It's hanging in there. Now, you want to look to make sure it doesn't spike up. Always kind of keep it around the bottom of the optimal, not the top of the overcharge, you know, if you can. Boom. Easy break, and away it goes. Rock convention for sure. Rock convoy, yeah, that's exactly right. Love it. Bellio says Starstream's drifting, doing donuts with the rock. It's classic. That's awesome. I love the drift. Yeah, what is that one movie? You know, Tokyo Drift or whatever. It's like Damar Drift. That's awesome. Andrea says last rock mining stream was amazing. You know, of course, was pretty fun, mate. Yep, 100. That's. Hey, right there, there's 18 SCU in that hundo right there. That's really good. What's this guy here? This is going to be nothing. Let's see what kind of scan results we get. This is also going to be nothing. So this rock broke pretty clean. We've got a nothing and a nothing. We've got 18 SCU right in there. We've got another solid 80%, you know, probably, you know, close to, so, and this is going to be nothing. So we only have 2 rocks to break, you guys. We got this one and this one. So, you know, it couldn't have broke any cleaner, really. Beautiful, beautiful thing when it breaks that clean. You only have 2 rocks to break. Very easy break, too. Or as well. And, you know, it's definitely I got a little bit of a lag spike there. No big deal. Let's go ahead and push this guy back up in here. We've got it down to a 0.58 instability between the Lancet and the Brant, so it's going to be very manageable. Kind of kick back and off we go. And I think, you know, if I'm not mistaken, we'll have earned 1 million AUEC tonight when we haul this load in. So pretty good night so far. 2 unicorns, 131, 1 high 20s. And this is probably going to be another high 20s. But you can't count your chickens before they hatch. We got to kind of get this cleanly broken. And what? Uh-oh. Come on, server. Don't do it. What's the server doing? Don't do it. Oh, R-4, enter. Hey, it broke. All right, good. What's the B-win? I was just kind of curious what the B-win says. Oh, the B-win is, it's a little low. We'll survive. All right, we'll turn that back off, and we'll break up this other hundo for sure. That's great. That server was definitely wanting to be just a touch grumpy. No big deal. 2.5 instability. Just, you know, abuse the brands. Do it. That's what they're there for. They make this whole process so much smoother. You know, not quite as wild. Starship says that break is so satisfying. It is. I know. I agree with that 100%, sir. Crunch. Yeah, that's awesome. Alrighty, and here we go. Got this guy on the ropes and doing well. So, all right, let's go ahead and get scooping here. We know that this is 100%er, so these are going to be 3 probably decent-sized rocks. We're going to pull this stuff on board. This is actually going to be, you know, over 5 SCU in this one rock. So good stuff. Another 100%er here at 274. This is going to be over 10 SCU. Beautiful. Alrighty. Another 135 there. We'll go ahead and get that scooped up. Alright, and a big old 100%er right behind it. You know, 202. There is another 4 SCU. Let's pull that in. That's excellent. Now, none of these other rocks didn't have a whole lot in them, so we'll have to be a little more discerning on the laser here, down here, if there's an opportunity. That's a 45%er. We'll come back to that guy. This one might not have broke up as clean, and I didn't expect to get a uni or anything out of this. There's a 100%er. We'll go ahead and pull this in. Alright, Joel says, yes, I successfully dropped off a package without damaging myself or my ship. Although it took me over 30 minutes to find the drop-off point. Well, congratulations, RH. You know, it's... I think Streams and I were talking about it the other day. That nostalgia of doing those early box runs is so... You know, it's visceral, right? It's you know, I mean, Star Citizen, it gets ya. It does. It gets you, you know, and so that's awesome, Wells. I'm so happy to hear that. You know, and you know, and obviously flying around and, you know, learning how to land and do that kind of stuff is really important. So, guys, we're really close here. We really did end up very close to a unicorn. We're over 30 SCU, but half this rock is not, and you know, and unfortunately, you know. It's not going to be a uni. It's going to be darn close, though. So we ended up with over 31 SCU of Quantanium. So, you know, let's go ahead and get a little situational awareness here. I'm going to hold down Z and look around and just make sure I can back away smoothly. Yep. No problem. We're going to grab the sticks here. We're going to back away. We're just going to kind of rotate over. We're going to spool up. And we are going to hit it and head back to Arca 1. Bellio says, speaking of brakes... deep core mining in Elite was pretty dang fun. I do not disagree with that. I remember when Elite Dangerous put in mining, and it seems like it was in December. And I spent the next 6 weeks or so mining in Elite Dangerous and very much enjoyed it. It was where you get the void opals, you do the deep core mining, I think it was called. But yeah, I really enjoyed that for a while. It didn't. Eventually, I had to do this weird thing where I was like trying to get like a better distance on my jump drive, and I had to like drive around on this track on this one planet with like a ground vehicle over and over again and log off and log back on in order to collect enough of them. And I just thought, I don't really like that part of it. So I stopped playing, but I really liked Elite Dangerous. And Elite Dangerous in VR is really cool. Like, I did about 15, 20 minutes of that one day, and I was like, I need to stop this, right? I very well could have fallen in love with Elite Dangerous in VR. So I backed away slowly, was able to get control of myself, but it's really cool. Andrea says, I take at least one day of the week where I do bunkers and deliveries. I think that's a healthy thing, Andreas, to kind of do some things. I keep meaning to fly my M2 around and just kind of loot boxes, and just, people tell me you can stock up on a lot of drinks that way. I've been meaning to do that. Maybe I'll do that one of these days this week for sure. That'll be interesting. Bellio says, getting materials to upgrade, that made me leave too, LOL. Oh, yeah, that's what made me leave, Belios. Like, having to drive that car around. I forgot what I was picking up. But then I had to, log off of that server and log back on and drive it. And I needed, 99 of them or something. It seems like you could pick up 8 or 6 or something. And I was like, this is silly. I'm not going to do this, So, engineering loot made me nope out of eating. Yeah, it's the same thing that happened to me on WoW, right? I remember, it's like I was, was playing WoW, and it was like, it took 4 hours to clear the trash and kill this boss, and all of a sudden it's like, we killed the boss. I'm like, hey man, I didn't get my drop. They're like, well, you don't always get your drop, and I'm like, what do you mean? We just spent 4 hours doing this. So I said to my buddy John, I'm like, John, how long did it take you to get your boots? How many runs did you have to do? And he's like 60 some. I'm like, 60 some? 60 some to 4 hours to clear the trash? I don't know. I can't do that, man. Type of thing. So yeah, I definitely, it's one of those things where it's so funny because I'll go out mining all day long in Star Citizen. It's Quantanium mining. I'm happy to do it. But for whatever reason, some of that stuff, it doesn't strike me as fun, I think, and so it is what it is. Drax says, farming mass for engineering is fun as hell in a group. Oh yeah, I bet it would be, Drax. I mean, anything in a group, right, is just exponentially funner. Because, funny happens with, when you get different people together. Andrea says, 2 hours of looting mining outposts is at least a month worth of food and drinks. That's what I was talking about, Andreas, for sure. It's an excellent thing, I've heard that, if you just kind of take the M2 around and land at some outposts, and stuff like that. And Belly says, I'm good with a grind, but there are limits. That's where I'm at, too. There are limits, right? And the most important thing is, are you having fun? I think that's always the barometer. Are you having fun at what you're doing? Because if you're not, move on. Find something. Enjoy your life. Do things that are fun. Don't if I didn't enjoy mining in Star Citizen this much, heck, I wouldn't be doing this. I do. I'm so happy to be out here just mining every day. It's crazy. Billy says, nice track. I solo 98% of the game I play. Yeah, that's awesome. Belly says, I can see how the group gameplay would be fun. Absolutely. Group gameplay is always, it's just exponentially can be a lot of laughs, All right, I got a landing bay here, and today I've been trying to just kind of bring it in slow, not land on the pad too hard. Make sure that I do the right things here. You don't want to bang your skids down too hard when you got a bunch of Quantanium in there. You never know what could happen. So we're bringing it in nice and easy. It was a beautiful run. Down we go. Set her down just nice as punch. we'll do a post-flight here,
Landing
repair,
complete. Does it say?
refuel, the type of thing, and we will power down the engines and back away nicely. Bellio says, but I can see group gameplay would be fun. Yep, that we chatted about that. Drax says, till I can get SC, I'm an ED for 10 plus hours a day. Yep, I hear that. You know, Commander Matt Kando. Awesome. I know Drac definitely plays a ton of Elite Dangerous and, you know, joins us a lot. You know, shares with us stories and that type of thing. I will look you up, Drac, if I ever do hit Elite Dangerous. Elite, I'm sure you've heard me say, Drac, the 1988 version of David Braben's Elite, like whatever version I had on the Commodore 64, was my favorite game I ever played. It wasn't even, I mean, it is my all-time favorite game, Elite. Like that particular, like Commodore 64 version of Elite, like it would, like every so often it'd say "Right on, Commander" with a big exclamation point, and that meant that there was like something special about to happen. You know, I loved that game. I flew my Cobra Mark III from, you know, I think there were 5 different galaxies you could jump to. I played that game for a long time. Like, you know, I really liked that game. It was easily my favorite game.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It took me forever to learn how to land on those dodos. With back in the day on a Commodore 64, you would not want to know how much time I spent learning to land, you know, successfully before I got a, you know, a docking computer. It was a beautiful thing getting a docking computer, I'll tell you that much. So beautiful runs tonight for sure. Absolutely lovely. Drax says, you like the old wireline graphics? Yeah, it was. That's what it was. It was definitely those wire frames. Exactly. You know, that's what it was. It was absolutely that. I loved that game, Drac. You know, my dad would be so great. It's so funny because my dad would be like watching football all day long on Sunday or whatever. And he would like look at me, why are you on the computer all day? It's like, dude, why do you watch football all day, man? I mean, what up, Dad? You know, and it was funny, you know. Andrea said, I had a 300K light years long expedition plan, but the grind for the suits got too much. And Odyssey made me everything so repetitive and boring. All the planets the same, worse than before. You know, I have heard that, you know, like things at Frontier just didn't go as smoothly, you know, kind of in the last couple years as maybe they would have liked. I think that's probably a nice way to say it. So, I still think Elite Dangerous is a good game. I think it's a cool game. Star Citizen's definitely more my speed. Stanton alone has more variety to explore than Elite, which is sad. Yeah, you know, there's just the audacious nature of being able to land on the planet and wander around. The scale of it really hits you when you're down on the planet surface and looking at like a Quantanium rock, like at eyeball level, and you're like, holy mackerel, this world is crazy. Beautiful run there, absolutely beautiful run. Let's crunch some numbers, you guys, because this has been a great night. So we started out the night with that uni run right there. So that's what we started out, right? So I'm just gonna do some raw numbers tonight in the Air and Halo. We did 3039 plus 2944 plus 2653 plus, and then we have 2 more after that, right? Another uni, 3039 plus, that's 11,000, and 2965 plus. That's 14,640 units. So 14,640 times 88 equals 1.3 million AUEC tonight on the channel so far. You know, on the stream tonight. That's what we've made. I mean, now, there's no guarantee. I still have to do the cargo runs. But that's, you know, that's where we're at. Now, that's not including gas or refining fees or those types of things, you guys. I mean, obviously, there's a lot more to it than just that, time and energy and that kind of a thing. But definitely a very strong night tonight in the Air and Halo. Macedon says, I sadly moved on as well. Andrea says, I missed my T9 Explorer, though. Bellio says, big boy ship, good game. Yeah, it sounds like a big boy ship for sure. Beautiful runs tonight in the Air and Halo. The Air and Halo is back with that scanning meta. You can certainly make hay. I don't know how long I've been streaming tonight, you guys. But in
Everything
the
all right?
time that I've been streaming, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is, I don't know, let me look back here, probably around maybe 3.5 or 4 hours or something, 3-4 hours. 1.3 million is not too shabby, So, did I take off my helmet? I did not. Let's do that. Always not a bad idea when you're kind of in between
Finding everything all right?
in between refining runs is to get yourself a sip of agua and an energy bar. Never a bad idea. Drax says I have 35 ships and the carrier. That is crazy, Drax. That's awesome. Brianna Joy says not bad for a few hours work. It's not bad money. It's not for a few hours work. So really, really have enjoyed the stream so far tonight. I am, you know what? I definitely am. I'm froggy. I think I might head out for one more. I mean, I am saving for, I've always saving my money. Obviously, the organization, we do a lot of stuff, and oh my stars, you guys, I'm so sorry about these silly things. I will report this one as pornography and send it away. And I really appreciate you guys hanging in there on those. I don't know how on earth I got the bots going, but I do. So, it is what it is. Beautiful runs tonight for sure. Drax says, I own 2 Corvettes, 3 Cutters, 2 T10s, 3 Anacondas, and a crap load of mediums and smalls. David Crouch says, I'm on Area 18 right now. That's awesome, David. Definitely not bad for a few hours work, Brianna. That is for sure. What a lovely night, you guys. Honestly, I had a whole day's worth of work planned. My wife and I, got to a point where we had done most of the work, and she kind of cut me loose and said, hey, why don't you go, do you today a little bit more. So I was able to log on and do a little streaming, and that's great. And we had 1,000, 1K subs, which is kind of cool. Just an arbitrary number, but nonetheless, kind of an interesting kind of path to kind of get over. And that's all because of you guys for sure. And then, and then we've had, we've made quite a bit of money tonight as well. So let's go ahead and do one more pre-flight here. It's Prospector 2. That's the one that's got the VK00. I've got to be, these brands have got to be getting low here. I wish there was some kind of a way, right, to just kind of, I know that they are. I bet you each one of them has like a charge or two in it, So I wonder if there's some, Well, we can have some fireworks out there for sure. So we'll go ahead and call one. The naughty bots means you're famous, Andreas. I don't know about that.
To the ASOS vehicle
silly.
retrieval system. Vehicle selected.
And I mean, obviously, it's an interesting place to
Your
come
vehicle has been
advertise for
selected
your things like that. Had to. The Halo's been very good to us tonight. We'll go out there and we're gonna go after at least one more run tonight, I think, and see if we can't do a little bit better. So, got my stars in heaven. Thank you, 14. I appreciate that. Those things are yucky. And I don't know, 14, if there's a way for me to give you more power, let me know. I think there is. I think I actually seen that the other day, and I was going to talk to you about it. I was looking at the settings there. I think I will catch up with you, 14, about that, for sure. I appreciate you putting them in timeout for me. It's a silly thing to have to moderate for, but I appreciate that you guys hang in there when those things pop up. Cool. All right, so we got one more Halo run in us for sure.
Hello, how can Miss help you today?
Beautiful night. We've done so well. Why not go grab one more out there?
Landing gear up.
That's interesting. There's a lot of don't exactly know why all those is going on there. That is weird to me.
Thank you, and please visit again.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I have all those pips. It's weird. I don't think I joined a group, did I? I'm just kind of curious. No. Who knows? There's a lot of them though. What the heck? Well, we've got lots in the hopper, so you know, anything that ends, you know, I always like to say anything that ends in an explosion, so it's never bad for the channel. So we'll just kind of head over to HURL5 and do what we do. I don't know what's going on there with all that stuff. It's interesting that we have all those pips. I don't know why necessarily. All right, we're gonna head towards HURL5, and we're gonna drop out at 7.8. Mr. Zai says, that just happened to us, though. Markers for every player in the game. Yeah, it's just kind of a weird thing. You know, and it's fine. I've had such a good night. If somebody were to come and mess with me in the Halo, heck, you know, what am I so... You know, I got a couple size 1 distortions on this bad boy. that won't be used. So, all right, we'll jump out at 7.8. We'll start looking around for things to mine. I bet you that when they're maybe working on like the friends list or whatever, maybe they kind of toggled something, gave something a little bit too strong of rights. Friend census seemed elevated. Yes, exactly. That's what I think they did. They kind of they built the group too big. You know? So they changed the security group, and now everybody can see everybody. That's awesome. All right, so interesting. All right, well, there's ARC L1, and no problem here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn off the quantum drive. We're going to crank up to get a little more speed. We'll pull out the mining laser. We'll roll back to we'll just do a 180 ping, and off we go. First opportunity there. That's going to be an M-type. 10.7 away here. That's an E-type. 12.4 is just a touch too far. We want to move in on that a little bit. It's 2 rocks, but I'm not getting any scan result pings, any pings back, so we're definitely going to keep moving. And we're not getting any ping back on that one either. Oh, well, maybe. I don't know. What do we got here? That's a P-type. Let me just double check. Oh, that's a Q-type right there. All right, so let's kind of move in on it. We'll kind of roll this back to 90 and kind of keep that thing out in front of us. And it is a Q-type, so we'll just go take a look at it. Aaron Halo's been very good to us tonight. 1.3 million in the hopper. And, you know, just a beautiful night. Honestly, just a great night to just chillax and do a little mining. This is not going to be a great rock, you can tell. It's just, the green wedge is a little bit too big there. So we'll crank in on this 8,400 away. And what do we got over there? Another Q-type. All right, we'll kind of head in this direction. And that may have been the noise, right? Hold on here. I wonder if we 30K'd. We may have. Alex Jennings, welcome to the channel, Alex. How are you? Let's go ahead and just kind of do one of these. B-Win is hanging on, so maybe not. It's probably just a little laggy. R-tab 0. Nice to see you, Alex. How have you been? Oh, yeah. She came back. There's Q-type over here somewhere. I'm heading towards it. I know I am. And it's not that 11.6. Ah, there it is. I can see it. It's just starting to draw now. How you been, Alex? Yeah, this is not going to be a great rock. It's just a single. And it's, you know, it's going to be a blue cap for sure. 2%er. Yep, we'll keep heading. All right, we'll set the scanning angle back to, we want a 179 or a 180 scan, if you will. Now we can kind of close it here. That's a P-type. This one's 9,000 out here, 8,000 out. That's an E-type. 9,000 out here. That's a P-type. And, you know, and one of the things, you know, we definitely try and do is we'll keep heading towards, you know, arc L1. You know, we don't want to tread over the same ground, so gotta roll this back out to a 180 and boom. Crank this guy up. Give her a couple of scans, and if she doesn't talk back, if you don't get any, you know, if it doesn't tell you what type it is, it's going to be a dead rock. David says, I have 0 lag. That's awesome. You must be on a good server, my friend, and that's something to take advantage of for sure. I've had a few lag spikes. That's a P-type right there. But for the most part, it's been pretty good. I mean, I had a 30K, I suppose, but we just kind of gritted our teeth and worked our way through it and kept at it. Alrighty, so opportunity marker out this way. Awesome. Bring her back to 180 and keep on trucking. You have these new markers appear at that distance, right? It's always a good idea. Now, if you can obviously get these guys to ping out. There's Q-types right there, so let's head towards that. Now, as we're headed towards these Q-types, we'll go ahead and just kind of set her at 90 and work our way in. David says, I'm a retired computer tech. That's awesome, David. I also work in IT. You know, I do a little bit of cloud database administration. I do a little bit of database administration. Starstream says, I outran a 30K today, read the signs, and quickly jumped onto 1-1, then bedlogged. That's awesome. Streams, that's a fantastic story. You know, you just kind of, that B wind starts dipping south, and you're thinking, well, maybe I should bounce. That's great. Apparently, I missed it by seconds. That's fantastic. I like that story. Freelancer says, the best mining snacks go. Best mining snack. You know, I have to say, I have a thing for dark chocolate. So that's probably going to be my go-to, is going to be some dark chocolate. Now, you know, I don't minding that, you know, mixing that with a little bit of, you know, obviously if you're going with some sweet, a little salty is not bad either. And so, I would definitely say myself, dark chocolate is going to be I'm going to lean on that quite heavily. You know, it's my crutch. Will Badger, how are you doing tonight, Will? Nice to see you. Will's like, oh, Will must have been watching your stream. He's like, yeah, you just beat that. That's awesome streams. P-type there. 10.2 away on this one. That's a P-type. We are going to scan this guy at 6,200. See if we get... That's an E-type. All right. We're just keep moving in this one direction here. Beautiful. Kind of roll her back again to 180 and just kind of keep at it. Keep plugging away here. You know, 11.4s, you can actually hit those. So that's... that is a cluster of maybe unscannable rocks. Oh, no, Q-types. That is a Quantanium cluster, you guys. Beautiful. That's what we're looking for. We're going to roll this back to a 90, and we'll just keep moving in on those. Once again, it's never a good idea. David Crouch says 25 yards. That's good for you, too. That's awesome. For 25 years, it's good. It's good for you too. Fair enough. Uh, one of the things I try not to do is you don't want to fly right at the opportunity marker. You don't want to fly right at the rocks if you can avoid it. Now, this is a Quantanium cluster, so we're, obviously really happy about that. There's lots of opportunities here. I've had to drive away from a couple of clusters tonight, though. They didn't have anything in them. So, no guarantee. There's just, you're guaranteed opportunities, not necessarily guaranteed rocks that you want. Aegis, welcome to the channel, Aegis. Aegis says, hello, love your mining and chill session. I learned a lot from you. Now I learned you can scan types of asteroids 9K away. Very informative. Aegis, thank you for that. That's why we're here. Just for comments just like that is exactly why the mining stream exists. It's just people who can come, kind of watch some practical application, and then just be like, hey, I can do that, or I never knew that. And you know what? I learn from you guys too. All the time you guys come and teach me stuff. So I'm glad in this particular case that it worked out for, that knowledge transfer happened. Oh, that could be a nice rock, you guys. That is a 5133. That is a nice rock. Let's see what else is out here. 4631. Freelancer says, I remember when scanning change happened and the forums was alight with complaints that you could only find rocks 500. It's true, and that's one of the other reasons why you kind of rush out here. There's another 4631. That's a nice rock. That is a 2%er. I think there's a couple more up here to look at, right? A 4931. Dark chocolate is good for you. It's good for me. That's for sure. It's good for my mood. Which I think, honestly, I think being happy, plays a lot into, into how things go. I mean, not all things, you know what I mean? Helanvar, how are you, Helanvar? Good evening. Oh, my stars, you guys, hold on. I'll remove this person and make sure that they get reported. Helanvar says, good evening, sir. Just joined a short while ago. IT Techies Unite, fair enough. My org is going to be very happy that space mining is improved. What music do you like while mining? That is an excellent question. I myself am, I like a lot of, like Pink Floyd is probably my favorite band. They would be a choice for sure. One thing, hold on, let me just remove this thing. Radiohead, I like bands like Floyd and Radiohead. That's kind of my music. A lot of classic rock stuff. I see you get lucky as well, says Will Badger. I do get lucky from time to time for sure. So this is a 5133. This is a nice rock, and then over here was another nice rock, a 4636. I don't know if I'll need them both for a unicorn, but you know what? I probably should crack them both just because we've had a really good night, and the last thing I want to do is break up rocks and then have an opportunity and not necessarily take a uni home. So we'll break them both, and it's a good thing to break them both, and and to learn, and there is potentially, we'll have to see how they break, right? Because there is potentially enough. A 5122 at 33 is potentially enough, so we'll just have to see how it breaks. But we also know, I know I'm low on Brants as well, so this could get interesting. Greg Digger says, LOL, you made it to the big time. Got Tinder spam in your chat. Fair enough. I don't know about I definitely have some spam in my chat. Oh, Starstream says, I killed it at the source. Star, we may need to talk about that, obviously. Find lonely Q types in your area. Yeah, that's exactly right. There's lonely Q types out there, guys. They're hanging out in the Halo. They're alone. They need the heat of the mining laser, to warm up to. So I like where your head is at, free with that. That's hilarious. Chair McLovin, Chair, how are you this evening? It says, Chair says, hi, so what's the best modules to run with the mining laser? No, Chair, that's different people are going to have different opinions on that. The ones that I like are the FLTRXL, and then a couple of brands. Those are the ones that I like running with for sure. Starstream says, yeah, we can talk. Thank you, Star. I appreciate that. I mean, the bots, they've been showing up now for a couple of weeks, and I've just, 14, Mr. Azai very graciously, I know, monitors sometimes for me, and I do my best to shut them down right away, of course. But if there is a way to make sure that they don't just show up in general, that would be lovely. So, I'll definitely look you up sometime this week, and maybe, if you're, certainly don't want to take any of your time, but if you're gracious enough to offer a little bit of some advice on that, I definitely would take it, sir. Alrighty, that is fantastic. This is probably not going to have anything in it, which means this rock broke great. Greg Digger says, when I do Halo runs, I run 2-time FLTRXLs and a Brant. I could see that for sure. That's going to be 35%er. I meant 100/35%er. Yeah, oops. This is a 995 here. That's a 30%er. So this didn't break up that clean, you guys. This is a 709. This is going to be a 60%er. So we got a lot of breaking to do here for sure. What is this one here? Will Badger says, look up at a few posts. I mentioned how. Will Badger says, I will say pay attention to the emotes used in those. You can set up blockers for them, which helps cut down. Oh, I see. Thank you, Will. That's a very good. I missed that when you said that, Will, and I'm glad I did look at that. That is awesome. Those blocking those. That's a very good piece of advice. I really appreciate that, you guys. Chair McLovin says, what to do there? I'm wanting to say first one is for filtering, right? But not sure what the others do. Chair, if you look here, there is an instability value on the rock, right? So if I kind of get, the instability is almost 10, right? It's 9.55. And so when I turn on the laser, you can see the instability drops significantly down to 2.38 because my laser head is negative 75% instability. The Brant also has negative 75% instability and stacks with the mining laser. So it's a way to make the rock easier or more consistent to mine. So, I will kind of show you here. You can see, look how, if you watch the charge level, it's moving up very erratically, moving up and down very erratically. And so it's difficult when you have a 2.38 instability. Not impossible, but it's difficult in order, to keep it inside the green optimal window. So I'll just kind of demonstrate that here. And I have, nothing but time to demonstrate this. We've done such wonderful runs today. So, you've kind of got to keep working with it here. You've kind of use your mouse wheel and feather up, turn the power up. You have to kind of turn it back down. It is very unstable, right? It's one of those things where it can shoot up into the overcharge pretty quickly towards the end of the break. And you don't want that. You definitely want to try and keep everything in the green. See, I had to turn off my laser right there because at the very end of the break, it had one of those things. Now it fell out, and I got to push it back up in there. And so it just makes it much more difficult to do these breaks, right? So if I fire the Brant, it'll bring that down so insignificantly, it just makes things much smoother. So I'm not going to fire a Brant this time, but I'll show you with the Brant the next time. See how it shoots up? It's just difficult to manage. Now that break went fine. It was I handled it. But the Brant will bring that 2.5 instability down to like a 0.61. So it just makes it easier to manage. That's the most important thing. You're more efficient at mining over time. So, but different people like different kit. I will tell you that. And so, some people like to have, other things on board. I do think that this is one of the more forgiving setups, and so that's why I tend to go with it. So I am kind of conserving my Brants a little bit because I know I'm kind of low on them. But you know, we're able to kind of keep this guy going. You can see it's very unstable. You know, I mean, when it's at a 2, even it's 2.10, anything north of 1.75 instability, you've got to really pay attention to, because it can jump up into the overcharge really quickly. And so I had to react really quickly and turn my laser off, you know, when it does that. So now, you know, lower percentages, like a 1.64 instability, this is very manageable. Anything south of 1.75, you shouldn't necessarily have to fire. You shouldn't necessarily have to fire a Brant in there. Now, I will tell you that I've got a little bit of touch of a lag spike there. Nothing I can't handle. Alex says, I use the FLTXL and 2 surges because I'm impatient. Yeah, and that's the beauty. Like, when you start asking people what they use, everybody's got their own choices that they like. You know, and I would say get comfortable with whatever you like, but I do suggest that the one that I run with is a very forgiving. So if you're going to do early game Quantanium mining, definitely the FLTXL, the FLTRXL, and a couple of Brants are very, very forgiving. You know, so
Warning, power critical.
we definitely don't want it up in the red there. You want to find your balance point. You can do these without Brants, but you notice it's a 1.73 instability. It's very manageable. There are passive modules that reduce the instability, for sure. You know, and so they're, you know, and they don't necessarily take obviously they're passive. They don't take charges. And so you can certainly look into those as well. I think there's the VAUXC3s, and then there's the Riegers, there's the Focuses. They all do different things. And you can look into them. I mean, the mining, you know, the consumables, they do basically, you know, kind of the most, the biggest manipulation of those things, because they have charges. You know, the passives do the same thing, but they just do it in less percentages. All right, I think I broke up. That's just yellow, that's yellow, and there was this other rock down here, right? And I think it's down here, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go out. We're going to swing out this way. They're not certainly right next to each other, but we're going to break them both, and then we're going to cherry pick the hundos out of this one, then we'll go back. That one broke very ugly, so well, hopefully this one breaks a little better, but we're going to break them both, and we're going to get the best load between the 2 rocks that we can. So there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time to actually scoop 2 rocks. You know, you have, you know, you have more wiggle room than you may feel like you do. You know, Quantanium mining. Yeah, you can see I definitely, you know, kind of got a little bit of a spike there. No big deal. We're in a nice optimal range here. I've got the UI tucked over the black of fold of space, so Brants are relatively cheap. You know, and I will use the Brant here. I'll pop a Brant and show you, you know, kind of using it. Chair says, well, I've done planet mining with the pros, but I have not been out to the belt to mine. Oh, yep, you see how she jumped up there? I had to just turn off the laser immediately. Now I'm cranking it back on and hoping it doesn't fall out entirely. It looks like it did. But I've kind of, you know, I didn't lose it all, so thank goodness. Still kind of trying to fight its way back in. There it did, finally. Very good. Hoping this one broke a touch cleaner than that last one. We'll have to see. This is a 726 at 47%. This is going to be nothing. This is an 850 at 100%, so it did break cleaner for sure. This is a 793 that's going to be nothing. There's still a couple pieces here. 799. This is going to be a 63%. and you got a 517 here that's nothing. So, yeah, so we've got a 63, we've got a hundo, and we've got a 47. I don't think there's anything that snuck back there, right? Yep. So we'll do the 47, then the 63, and then the hundo. All right, so I'll fire a Brant this time for sure. So you can see the instability is 1.92. Now, if I fire the Brant, you can hear it. It just makes a different noise. And you can see the instability. Now,
Warning. Power critical.
it dropped down to 0.48.
Power critical.
You know, I'm only putting about 7% into this guy. Soren, how are you tonight, Soren? Nice to see you. Soren says, hi, do you guys know how to buy the Kraken from the Pledge Store? What are the requirements for it? And then I think the Kraken, like, Soren, I'm definitely no expert on 14. I don't know if you're around. Maybe you could help with that question. I think that the Kraken, I don't know if it went on sale today. Normally that thing there's only like a small window where they drop that thing for sale and they all sell out, Soren, as far as I know. So I don't know if they had a sale for the Kraken today or not. You can see that the server's struggling a little bit here. Hopefully she'll breaking and recover. She did. Beautiful sound there. Cag says, how's the Halo treating you? Cag, I really will tell you, there's a way that the scanning works in the Halo. You'll probably want to go back out and check the stream out today. Oh, the Kraken is on Drake Day, so that's number one. And it's hull limited, which I think means that it's in short supply. It means that they're only going to sell so many of them. So on Drake Day, they'll have a certain time that they begin selling them. And you've really got to get your order in pronto. So that's a thing. You've definitely got to get your order in. Like, you've got to be ready to rock, man. Make sure you have your card on file and all that stuff, right? There's some scarcity to those bigger ships like that. So, Cag, yeah, you'll want to go back and watch the stream, man, or watch that Red Monster Gaming SC. Anyways, I've made 1.3 million and going on to should be another uni here, hopefully. 2 unis in the Halo today already, and Halo's been very good today. I mean, it's definitely produced. So, chances are going to be pushing 1.5 million. Don't know if I'll get a uni. I guess maybe things didn't break clean enough here. But, anyways, thank you, 14. I appreciate that. That's awesome. An excellent help.
Warning. Power critical.
All right.
Warning. Power critical.
See how, like, occasionally things get a little over their skis, but you just turn off the laser. Don't panic. Just turn off the laser and then roll it back up in there. Now, I'm going to lose my Brant here in about 4 or 5 seconds, so that's not great. But we'll just kind of deal with it. I forgot I'd left the chat on, you guys. Normally have that off. Alright, we finished off this break. So nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. I don't think there's anything more to break. I think we're in scoop, right, at this point. So let's see if we can find any hundos to scoop. Now we have 2 different rocks to look over. There's our first hundo. We'll go ahead and grab that. Alright. That's a 51%er. I don't know what this guy is. We're just going to let the scan finish. That's nothing. Okay. Let's get us a little bit better wiggle room on that one. That's a 308 mass and a 100%, 99.99%er. That's an awesome rock. So that is 6 SCU of pure Quantanium. Love it. Caglass says, on the ship sales, remember that some ships will be marked at war bond, which means new money. And so you can't melt your ship or use credit to get that ship. That's an excellent point, Cag. So we've got 13 SCU on board so far. We're doing really well. There's another hundo. Love it. So when this thing broke down into purples, it broke pretty clean, which is great. We're half full. We still have that whole other rock. So we're just cherry picking hundos here. There's another hundo. We'll take it. This is going to get us up over north over 20 SCU. Now, we're going to let the lasers, we're going to let, keep letting the scans do its thing. We don't want to kind of mess up our uni if we can avoid it. Soren says, thank you. I really didn't want to melt. Yeah, I can appreciate that, sir. There's another hundo. We'll grab it. This is going to get us up around 24 SCU. Almost 25. And another good-sized chunk here is another hundo. So this is great. This rock broke up really clean. The other one didn't break up as clean, but we only need one hundo over there, I think, to get us over the top. So we're going to kind of back away, right? They're over there. We're going to kind of work our way towards them. We'll kind of tuck in between here. All we're doing is trying to find one hundo in this pile over here. And look at that, the first one we looked at. So we got a little lucky there. We'll take it. We'll take that luck. 32 SCU. Beautiful unicorn. That is our third one today. And so let me get a little bit of situational kind of perspective here. Looking good. Let me just kind of do this as well. I'll look directly behind me. Looking good. So I'm going to back away a little bit from the cluster. And I am going to kind of pivot towards Arc L1. And I'm going to spool on Arc L1. I can see it there. You know, there's a lot of pips. And off we go. Soren says, thank you, CAG. I just have one more question. Do I have to be some sort of buyer status to be able to buy the ship at Drake Day? I don't know, Soren, if sometimes they sell. Sometimes they do sell those to concierge. You know, they do have a concierge sale first. I don't know how they handle that one for sure. That's a very popular ship, you know, as you can imagine. That's going to be such an important ship for future, organizational operations. It's going to be, just a massive, important platform. So, great question, Soren, and definitely, I know myself. I don't know if it's just concierge only for something like the Kraken. It really is a good question. Beautiful sip of water. Love it. Little after 9. I am going to go ahead and tall this batch in. Mr. Azai says maybe it's only showing as concierge for me. Yeah, that's the one thing. I do know that there is for the people who've spent a little more money, there is the concierge program, and that does sometimes offer ships. Inside that bubble, and so, and those ships aren't on sale all the time either. I mean, I think it's only a couple times a year, or maybe once a year, that the Kraken goes on sale, or twice a year, I would imagine. And I know it's a limited sale, and they sell out every time, which is crazy. Beautiful runs today. This is, we've got to get this in safely, but this would be our third uni, and I think we did 3 other runs that were high 30s. I think, types of runs. High 20s. I meant, types of runs, and really had just a beautiful day today. Oh my stars! There's some. Are they come again? Hold on. Let me just kind of take care of this. Report for that type of thing. Report. And it looks like, yeah, I'll be able to ban like these particular emojis. I'll have to look into that for sure. That was excellent advice. And I will look to cut that off at the source, just like Starstreams said that he did. So I'm going to definitely look to leverage that advice. And I should have maybe I should have Googled that. That would have made some sense for sure. Hilanvar says, I heard your music suggestions earlier. Love it. I'm down with Queen, Steve Miller Band. Queen. I just love Queen. Oh. You know, Queen is in my top 5. Absolutely. I mean, Freddie Mercury. Queen is fantastic. Every one of those members in Queen are fantastic. Brian May's fantastic. I mean, they're all just excellent. You know, I certainly love the Steve Miller Band as well. You know, yeah, I think you and I, you know, I think we didn't, you know, we crack a beer and have a good time, man. Turn on the radio and have a few laughs, for sure. Caglass says reported. I appreciate that, Cag, for sure. Soren says, so I have some ships gifted. 2 of them and the rest bought pledge. So is it only the ships bought from pledge store that count towards concierge? I think any money that you spend, I think, counts towards it. Like, even if you do the sub, like the $19.99 or $10 a month sub, I think all that stuff goes towards it. It's just a total of 1K USD spent on the game. That's when you kind of get your top hit. Cool. Chair McLovin says, so you would say the Halo is better for mining quant versus quant? No. I would still say, Chair, that there's no question that Lyria is an excellent place, but if you go back and watch my stream tonight, you'll definitely see the basics that you need. I made in my stream tonight 1.5 million AUEC. And so, you know, I've just had a really solid night tonight in the Iron Halo with the scanning, with the scanning mechanics. So I'm going to go ahead and call for a landing here.
Please proceed to assign.
Soren says, I have for 2K of ships. Holy mackerel, you should be a concierge. Drax says, do like some Queen plane, but my go-to is Boston and Def Leppard. Fair enough. Drac. I remember when Pyromania came out. I was in 6th grade, I think, but I remember it. All right, let's go ahead and, bring her in nice and easy and just set it down. We've just wanted to make sure, we spend so much time doing all the right things mining. Definitely wanted to just kind of get back to basics, bring them in smooth. That's just first alarm going off. So we're in lovely shape. We just want to put this guy down on the pad nice and easy. Kind of get back to basics and bring her on in. Ease her down. Boom. Touch. Not bad. Go ahead and do a post-flight here. We'll turn down the engines and we will roll back out of this thing. Alpha 4.0 Pyromania. Yeah. That is right. Alpha 4.0 is going to be Pyromania. We're going to have some Pyromania. They're going to bring back Def Leppard for the Pyro Tour. That's hilarious, Cat. For sure. Meat says, what console is this on? I don't think that Star Citizen's on a console. This is PC, Meat. Welcome to the channel, Meat, by the way. Nice to see you, sir. Soren says, sorry, I asked you. It's not easy to understand the system. Soren, please don't be sorry you asked those questions. I am glad that you came and asked those questions, Soren, for sure. And that you're always welcome to come ask your questions. It doesn't have to be about mining. I'm glad that you felt comfortable enough to come ask your questions here, because I know all anybody wants to do here is help, Soren. So for one, appreciate the fact that you asked those questions here, and I understand. I mean, it does seem like you spent enough money. So Drax says, you remember when Pyromania came out? I remember when Rock and Roll was brand new. Fair enough,
Welcome to the ASOP retrieval system.
I can appreciate that. All right, we're gonna store this guy. In it goes. So we started the stream with a unicorn, and then we had a unicorn in midstream, and then we ended the stream with a unicorn. We did 3 unis tonight. Over 1.5 million. Yeah, definitely over 1.5 million AUEC. Now I still got to haul that stuff in, but I'll tell you what. When you can start streaming, 4 hours ago and put 1.5 million in the bank, it is not a bad night. Kagla says, I also remember when Walker was young, me and Susie had so much fun. Fair enough. Soren says, thank you, Space Shorts, for the chat and helping. Of course, Soren. David Crouch says, do you know about American Truck Simulator? Yeah, David, I do know about that game for sure. As a matter of fact, we have a force feedback wheel that I actually lent it to a guy I work with. American Truck Simulator is something that we've played before with that wheel before. Wheel and pedals and that type of thing. So, yeah, that's a sweet game. Drax says, I'm talking about the song, Rock and Roll Band. I know some Boston stuff for sure, Drac. I definitely don't know. They were a touch ahead of, ahead of where I was at with it for sure. I started started listening to Pink Floyd in 7th grade, kind of when everybody else was listening to Michael Jackson, when Thriller was coming out. And, kind of found my way from there. Crocodile Rockin', Elton John, yeah, for sure.
Finding everything all right?
Alrighty. We're going to set up here. Another uni in the hopper. And we got some cooking for sure. We got a couple of done and we got some cooking. So, we're definitely turning the corner. The beautiful night tonight for sure. So this is that time of the stream where I just kind of like to do this thing here. And first of all, I want to say, the stream hit 1K subs tonight. Thank you all. Truly, thank you. I'm blessed. Thank you very much for coming here, spending your time, sharing your time, contributing to the channel, helping each other out, and being this most awesome collective of just good human beings. I just can't thank you enough. And it's not lost on me. I really mean it. I always like to say that the coffee was great, the Quantanium was wonderful, the conversation was way better. It really was. So this was a great stream. We really demonstrated a lot of the scanning mechanics that would work in the Aaron Halo. We got Lyria down. We got the Aaron Halo back. And definitely made a hell of a dent tonight in the Aaron Halo. So I hope that you guys find all the rocks that I don't. I'm just overjoyed with how fantastic the stream has been doing. And the people who come and make it special, it's you. I mean, that's all I have to say about that. So I want you all to have a lovely Sunday night. I'm going to be doing a ton of streaming this week because I'm off work. Yay, I keep saying that. I know I sound like a broken record. I'm off work this week, so I will be doing some streaming. All of you, please take care of yourself. Enjoy Invictus. And I will see you all soon. And I will see you all around the verse.